Welcome back, COD fans, to New Year, and we're shipping up to Boston.
That's right, just 2 more weeks until Major I, and every match counts as teams battle it out to secure their spot in the winner's bracket.
Pressure's on for 3 undefeated teams trying to stay perfect. Atlanta FaZe, New York Subliners, and the hot new Spanish squad of Miami Heretics. Vamos!
Plus, Scrap and the Toronto Ultra try to shake off the sting of that shocking 3-0 loss before the holidays.
Let's not forget that COD Champs final, Joe. But the break is over. It's game on. The Call of Duty League starts now. Former teammate. Just gunned to sleep.
Uncontested time for both teams. The game clock. Yeah, we're going to have to work here.
The year is 2024 and the Call of Duty League is back, everybody. Welcome in for week 3 of our Major I Qualifiers. After our first 2 weeks of action in December, 3 teams stand at the top of the leaderboard with perfect records. Everyone else still vying for their spots as we head into Boston for the first major of the Call of Duty League season. Welcome in, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. Nameless, let's start with you because I saw on Twitter somebody's got a new camo. What are we rocking?
I've been grinding, bro. Magma and playing BPL, playing Call of Duty. It's just been a nice break to actually get on the sticks and go hard. So it's been a lot of fun.
Allie, I'm loving the fresh cut. Talk to me about the holidays. What did you get into?
Holidays are super fun. I got a lightsaber, so y'all better watch out.
There you go. And as you can see behind us, we are going to Boston, baby. That's right. In 3 weeks, we will be shipping up to Boston for the first major, and you will see our 3 undefeated teams. Well, hopefully still with undefeated records at that point in time. Let's talk about the big 3, starting with the top dogs. Anytime you're looking for the tier 1, well, you got to talk about Atlanta FaZe. But Miami Heretics are also spouting a 3-0 record alongside New York Subliners. What's most shocking when you look at this board?
For me, I think it's got to be the fact that LAG is actually 7th compared to all the other teams. We have a lot of teams still struggling in the beginning of the season right now.
And taking a look at the whole schedule here, Nameless, we are going to see all 12 teams in action. Of course, we're starting off with those 3 games today. But which matchups are you eyeing as we go across week 3?
Yeah, I mean, that Saturday matchup sticks out to me of Seattle Surge versus the Miami Heretics. It'll answer a lot of questions as to where Miami Heretics are now playing on the new patch. And then also, I want to see more OpTic Texas. I want to see what they bring to the table. I think they're going to continuously improve.
They got a pretty decent matchup there against Vegas Legion. That'll close things out on Saturday. But opening up week 3, we've got Atlanta FaZe at the helm once again. And FaZe, they've been looking pretty clean. You did have a Game 5 to open up the season, but since then, they've been taking over.
Absolutely. I mean, Death Taxis and Atlanta FaZe in top 3. I don't think this surprises anybody at the beginning of the season. I think the only surprising thing is how strong that they've looked in every single game mode. At least last year, they were slightly struggling in the respawn. This year, they don't have a weakness.
Atlanta FaZe takes on DiamondCon and LAG. How do you see the ARs matching up today, Nameless?
Yeah, you know, in this game, mainly people are going to be running those ARs, but DiamondCon was sort of that missing piece for LAG last year when they brought the Challengers team over. And for DiamondCon, he's been absolutely lighting it up. I love what we saw out of him in that last series, namely on the sub base. The man was going off. So for LAG, it'll be about continuously improving. On this new patch, you get punished a lot more, especially on a map like this, which I believe is going to be in the series. So for LAG, man, sky's the limit. We'll see what they can do.
Taking a look at this Guerrillas squad, they had 2 tough losses, but then a big victory in the Battle of LA in their wins. What is their strength, Allie?
I think their strength is how young some of these players are. You know, I think DiamondCon has a lot to prove as well as Fame. It's just about consistency for them at this point. They were playing a lot of sub base, which that was just a very chaotic map. They could thrive in that chaos, but that's not going to work for the rest of the season. So for LAG, I'm interested to see what they did with their time off during the break.
Fame was really flying at the end of that matchup, and I can't wait to see him in action today as we take a look at the overall records, though. 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe. It's been tough, but you've walked away unscathed. On the other side, you're in a tough spot as LAG. You've gone to those Game 5s, but they've gone the other way.
Yeah, they're 1-2 right now, but don't get it twisted. They could be 2-1. They feel like they should have beat New York. Like 4 of those maps were within their reach. They had an advantage that they're in control, advantage at the end of the search and destroy in terms of man numbers. So those are things you expect them to clean up going forward.
Now, Atlanta FaZe, this is the first team we're going to talk about with an unbeaten record, but they don't have the #1 seed right now. That belongs to a team hailing from Miami Heretics, coming in with a 9-2 map count. Tops everyone in the league. They're winning 88% of the games they drop into.
I love the story of Miami Heretics, a newer team coming into this newer franchise, nobody knowing really what to expect because we haven't really seen this team on a professional level since Black Ops 4. They come out swinging, considered an underdog team now, 3-0, leading the standings, but not only that, setting the pace in some of these games. I mean, they are one of the most aggressive teams we have in the league right now. I can't wait to see them moving forward, going against some of the teams that are tailing them a little bit closer in the standings.
Journey dropped a 40 bomb on us, but it's 2 other players we want to highlight today. Tell me about Metals and Lucky. Why did they have your eye nameless?
I mean, they've just been unbelievable, right? Like Lucky in the search and destroy, seemingly clutching 1v3s, almost 1v4s, and then Metals. I mean, look at the stats. He has been ridiculous. I mean, in terms of the Slayer rating, like he's right up there with the best of them. I think he's top 3. And for Metals, I mean, this is a guy that we saw burst onto the scene. He was frying in respawns, and he's gotten better over these last few years. So for Heretics, separate themselves from the bottom, and they can only go up from here.
Oh, we caught up with Lucky, the team's captain, and here's what he had to say about the team's confidence going into week 3.
Honestly, it just feels like a dream come true, you know, because in Black Ops 4 we used to travel a lot because we couldn't stay there for longer than maybe 2 or 3 weeks, so we had to travel every month from like between Spain and the studio. And now that we are settling here in Florida, in Miami, I mean, it's just so easy for us to like go every day to the office, like work together, be with the coaching staff, and like you said, I think our playstyle in game is very similar to how we live here. Like we are all like we are together a lot of the time. We know a lot about each other and we have a lot of confidence between us. So just transmits to the game, I think.
Southeast Atlantic versus Pacific Northwest. The Coastal Clash goes down at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow to open up the show. And if you're a Seattle Surge fan, you're thinking this may be a must-win if you want a top seed heading into Boston. A team, though, that isn't feeling any pressure is a squad that's always giggling on camera. Tell me about the New York Subliners. Why are they having so much fun right now in MW3?
They're having so much fun because they're undefeated, right? They're one of our top 3 teams that are 3-0, and we're talking about our world champs from last year. A lot of questions raised when they made a roster change, and well, they've been winning pretty comfortably since then. I will say, though, they did go to a Game 5 versus OpTic Texas and LAG, which again, LAG is a team we talked about being 7th. Some of us might think they'd need to be in 12th. So for the New York Subliners, I think it's just about closing these series out a little bit earlier.
Nameless, they're 3-0, but you went to Game 5 against LAG. OpTic took you to a Game 5 before you're 3-0 over Legion.
Yeah.
How strong are the Subliners in Europe?
Extremely strong. You know,
Okay.
if you're a coaching staff and you want to look at the genetic makeup of your players, you would hope that there's some ice involved in every last one of them, and that's exactly what you have with the New York Subliners. You know, this is a team that has Simp and Hydra on it. They're going to be good at respawn. It's going to happen. And it'll just depend on how slow that ramp up is as to if they're a true championship contender these next few events. But the search and destroy, they've been winning their round 11s in the clutch situations I just told you versus LAG. They were man down and they were winning those moments. So for New York Subliners, very bright future. They look great right now, and this is definitely going to be a team to look out for.
Hydra having his best performance of the season in that 3-0 over the Legion. But anytime you see the Subliners, well, any one of them could be the star. We caught up with the young stud, young Caesar Skyz, after his latest win. Here's what he had to say.
I feel like every single time we're in like a close scenario, we've been in so many situations like that. I feel like we already got to so many reps of like clutching around 11s, like reverse sweeping. I feel like we've been through it all. I just feel like we have good, what is it, Troy? Resilience or resilience? I forgot that word, bro. Yeah, that word. And then yeah, we have really good reps. Honestly, like we just slow the game down. We get hectic with our comms kind of, but we slow the game out at the same time. I can't explain it.
That's Skyz. He may talk so good, but he's got some resilience in him. And the Subliners, they play against the Røkkr. That is going down to close out our opening day here of week 3. 3 epic battles, and they all start on the other side of this commercial break. Before we get to that break, real quick question for the chat. Who is the strongest team on the docket today? Is it the Subliners, clearly?
Oh, no, it's the Atlanta FaZe.
Is she wrong? Is she
No
right?
debate here.
Let us know, chat.
I'm
We'll be
never
right
wrong.
back.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage.
Go for one, go for two, go for three.
I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin, but I'm never Johnson. You quit this ain't to stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Shout out to all the FaZe fans in the chat. We see you as they get fired up for their team's fourth matchup of the new season. This is going in to kick off week 3. And let's start here with the unbeaten Atlanta FaZe. Nameless, if you're looking at this team in a microscope, what are the details that maybe a less familiar COD fan wouldn't pick up on?
That they're extremely intelligent players as well. I feel like when a lot of people talk about Atlanta FaZe, they're like, oh, they're just nasty. They just gun their opponent. Simp's got a 1.2, Cellium's a robot. But no, it's the small things, right? Like in this game, you can be very punished, especially when we're talking about hardpoint, and they're making sure that doesn't happen to them. And who do you think's making those plays? It's a lot of times the SMG players in Simp and aBeZy taking those routes, putting their teams in positions to find success. And so far, so good. With the acquisition of Drazah, it's another guy who's very vocal, but also involved in a lot of these plays. So they're bouncing off each other well so far.
The plan is coming to fruition here, Ali, as we take a look at their Monster Energy pregame. What does FaZe need to do to keep this streak going?
Just keep being the best team in the game. I mean, that's basically what this is lining you up for. Don't lose hardpoint momentum and get Drazah going in S&D. He does have a .55 right now in Search and Destroy, but again, they're still winning those S&Ds, right? So for Drazah, he just needs to find his rhythm. And like Ant touched on, he's been a very vocal leader. I felt like when we did that listening last time, it slowly felt like Atlanta FaZe comms were getting cleaner and cleaner with somebody kind of directing the traffic. So I'm excited to see what work they did in the offseason.
All right, Atlanta FaZe, the heavy favorites coming in here. LAG, though, they just pulled off an upset over LA Thieves, and the Guerrillas, well, they're looking to take down a juggernaut. They've been close. They've gone to those game 5s, but they haven't been able to finish. How do Assault, Fame, and DiamondCon get it done with Estriel today?
Well, you bring up Estriel. This is a guy that started off as a search and destroy player coming up in the AM scene. And, you know, for him, he's got to get going in S&D. Has been particularly great in that game mode. I mean, we talk about the Karachi that they had. It was Fame popping off, going on that huge line. I think it was like a 9 streak he went out, picking up streaks. So if you can get that also out of Estriel, especially in those opening duels that we know he's going to get in with aBeZy, that could be a game changer in this one.
And when it comes to Monster Energy pregame for the LAG, I mean, it's the complete opposite of Atlanta FaZe, right? Where Atlanta was probably first and second and everything. Unfortunately for LAG, they're last and everything else. So for them, it's just about what work they kind of put in to work on their team chemistry. For me, I'm looking at DiamondCon right now. He's rocking 1.07 overall. That's the best on LAG right now. And I find that to be a little bit unacceptable, especially when you have a veteran and world champion like Assault on your team. So for LAG, this is definitely going to be a prove-it series for them.
Well, we know both teams have pretty solid coaches at the helm. Let's take a look at the maps and modes that these two decided to play on. Sub-base Karachi, a double dose of invasion and high-rise.
This was risky. This was risky for LAG. I know sub-base is their only strong hard point right now, but for a team like Atlanta FaZe to put Simp and aBeZy on that map, the fact that they let it through knowing it's LAG's best hard point, I'm wondering if this is going to be a test for them. And then also in that middle, the Karachi invasion, also Atlanta FaZe's preferred map. So for LAG, they're going to have to pull out something special.
Ooh, sub-base is kicking things off here in week 3. It's got me all kinds of excited, and I'm told this match is about ready to go. So let's get right into the predictions, and I'll go first here, ladies and gentlemen. Chat, how many of you picked with me? I'm going red today, Atlanta FaZe.
I'm also going with my red side today, Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, I'm going to Atlanta FaZe. I don't think it's going to be, like, super easy, though.
And the fans so far have tied me and Alley Cat with a better record. They are all going Atlanta FaZe. Nameless does not have a chance to catch up until match number 2. Remember, though, if you didn't get your voice heard there on that pick'em, you can still get your picks in right now. It's your last chance, so scan that QR code before these games kick off because it's time to send it to the casters. We got the 2 goats on the mic. It's Maven and Merc.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, before we get into this map 1, real high level, you know, we had the holiday. We ate lots of food. We enjoyed ourselves. I dressed up as Santa Claus.
You did.
For your son.
For my kid, yes. You didn't cry. That's good. Yeah.
That's good. I wasn't a great Santa, but I gave him my own. Now it's going to be a yearly thing. But let's talk about Subbase. You know, there were some changes that came through over the holiday break. Before the break, Subbase was kind of like your Bocage. You know, let's have 80 engagements. Everyone's flying around. You all spawn on top of each other, smash through doors. We're having fun. Boo, boo, pew, pew. There were some changes that came through.
Yeah. I mean, listen, that update, this is the map that changed the most, right? When we talk about adding some spawns, really what you're looking at here, pay attention to P2 and P3, where it was the much closer spawns, you'd spawn side door P2, and it would just be headbanging back and forth. You're spawning across the map now. So you have an opportunity here if you're a FaZe spawning on the good side. You're going to see some scores that are ugly after P2 and P3. I'm talking 100 to 20, 120 to 10. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I think what was interesting, you kind of heard the desk talk about it, you know, FaZe haven't shown a ton in the hard points in the sense of they won 3 Karachis and Invasion. You haven't seen them on Subbase yet, but just talking to the coaching staff and the team, they were a very good Subbase team, even though you haven't seen it in an official match. They like it even more after the changes. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. But we'll see here in map 1, and this is probably a good test for them. Just want to get reps. You know this team's always been with Crowder. Like, they want to get reps. LEG is a pretty good Subbase team. Test themselves out a little bit.
Yeah, you see what LEG is doing. They're trying to push through that top side of your mini-map with that first kill. And that's going to spawn Cellium out. Drazah is going to pay attention. As soon as Cellium gets that spawn, they know they're pushing over towards his top 3, controlling Catwalk, DiamondCon all the way on through. There's kind of split spawns, but P2 control over to Atlanta FaZe. Diamond's just waiting for his teammates, but that isn't being read by Simp. And yeah, I mean, you know, some teams look at map vetoes like we have to win every single game. FaZe has always been a little bit different. We can experiment. Let's play everything.
Yeah, typically, I mean, well, I talked to Carter like last year, like he thought what screwed them up at Champs was their map pool. It wasn't wide enough. And usually the team that are the best at the end, Joe, or what? They've got the biggest map pool. They're solid across the board. They can win when it comes to your vetoes. And, you know, looks like they're trying to get back to that with this new squad here with Drazah in the mix. But so far, so good here from Atlanta FaZe. P2 on lock. They've got Guerrillas in a vice. Maybe Estriel with his 2 picks, they can find an opening here on the hard point. Only 20 seconds left to go, Joe.
Yeah, but you have a chance if you are LAGs. Now, spawning out isn't Lynn and FaZe, and now look at the minimap. This is where you need to pay attention. Where number 8 just spawned, where aBeZy just spawned. That didn't used to happen. You would spawn like P5, you just jump in the window. We get right back to it, but that does not happen with this new update. Everything kind of slows on down. Even just the pace of this sub base for us 2 older guys, it's much easier to catch. But you have a 20-point lead, but LAG, this is a great job. Even if you lose that P2, you get spawns for P3. But now they had to deal with this break opportunity here for FaZe.
No, listen, my least favorite thing as a commentator has always been the maps where it's like, I'm getting hyped over a 3-piece or a 4 down, and it doesn't matter. And that's kind of what this sub base was at times. So now with the spawn change, there are going to be much more influential kills. But we'll see what Fame and company can do. We're going to swap right over to Estriel. Lovely shots there into Drazah. The pick through, the trade through. Out of the hard point, they go for a second from the top rope. It's Diamondcon, and Joe, Diamondcon's been really great for this team so far.
No, yes, he's been like the #1 player stats-wise. I mean, there was all sort of the LAG, transition after the first event at Pro-Am last year. It was kind of everybody but him got at it with Arcitys. But people are like, Diamondcon, he's been insane in challengers these last couple of years. He needs his chance, and he's showing out. We saw him in Cold War. Even the one stage with New York, they played really, really well with him. He's just been in some tough situations.
He has. It's exciting to see him back in it. Now, what can these guys do? They've got a narrow lead. That's going to disappear, though, in a matter of moments. There, the lead change comes in. FaZe now back out in front. So the pressure to Diamond and Assault here at the edge to try and win the fight. It's going to get the trophy out of the mix. Maybe some added utility to go through. One trade in, but you still have Cellium set up. Nice shots from Estriel. Nice shots. That's a big play. It's a big opening. Into the hard point they go. But Estriel picking Cell off the heady. Maybe the biggest kill, but unfortunately the close spawns there for FaZe. You're able to battle right back through. Maybe create a little bit of chaos there for a moment if you're Guerrillas.
Yeah, but right away they realized no trophy, right? They took care of that trophy. They're going to nade Simp. Now trying to find this last kill on aBeZy. They do just that. So still a very close game as the rest of FaZe trying to pinch through. Was Cellium through that server room towards the middle of the map. P5 about to spawn on up. And Cellium, he's trying to flip these spawns. For the next half of this game, the pistol goes for the reach out, does get taken down. But look at Fame here. Might be the one player to deal with this. It does. Takes down aBeZy. Does he expect Drazah? Not so much.
And what's been interesting about this FaZe team so far, I know we haven't seen them on sub-base in official matches, but where we've talked about this team for so long, Joe, it's been what? Like, from MW 2019. Great at breaking, not so great at holding. Great at breaking, not so great at holding. It's been frustrating to watch them at times. So far this year, they've been great at holding, not so great at breaking. It's like it's flipped on its head.
Yeah, it could just be the nature of the game, right?
True.
Some of the maps that you are playing, you don't have as many break opportunities. You need some nades to come in, but yeah, obviously it's definitely going to be something they're always strong.
It's just interesting because it's been the opposite for so long.
I think if you had a more sub meta, you have aBeZy and Simp on your team, you're probably going to break a couple more hits.
True. That's a very good point. And we'll see how this title maybe changes over time. Yeah, it's been very, very AR heavy, that's for sure, but listen, FaZe let this one through knowing Guerrillas would be a test. This has been their best hard point. Curious to see how both would look after the changes. And right now, it's Guerrillas. They've got the lead. They're looking strong. And this is one, you really flip this series on its head if you're able to get a win here in the map 1. A lot of pressure on Guerrillas. Because so far, I mean, your losses have been, they're tough ones, man. You lost to Ultra, you lost to New York. You lose to FaZe, man, that's about as good as looking at 1-3 as it can be.
Yeah, tough schedule. Estriel right now, 15-7. I mean, he's been great in control, not so great in hardpoint. I think he's, a top 3 damage dealer in control so far, but in the league, but now really bringing it here on this sub base. You can see the way FaZe is playing it right from the start of that P1. I mean, just playing very passive, but basically what happens, you hang on to the hill, and now you're able to push on through. LAG, they are up just about 50 points. Let's go to a listen with the Guerrillas.
Bullet out of right, front flat. Alright, I'm just living. I'm just living. Top me two, top me two, BG.
I'm blasting ult. Wait,
he's going slow. He's absolutely. He jumped out dark.
P5, P5 stop me, P5.
I'm trying to step.
He's P2 player.
He's top of me on one bullet. And kill me back. All good. Fair time here. All good. Your P5 out pipes. Alright, I'm trying pipes together. Yeah. PF tank. I'm twice. I'm saying.
Alright. Let me go right now.
That's a job.
Top P2 windows.
I don't see P2 window channeling. Yeah, I don't see P2 channeling.
Let me tell.
I got toxed in. I'm hitting him.
He's top P2 window.
Top P2 window. Jump down. Go pistol.
Deep left flame.
Heard you.
Go secret. Let's go.
Top P2 window still, right?
Kill him.
Heard you.
Secret last one.
Bring me up. On the left side.
Nice guys.
He's gonna be your outer. You listen, I'm OE mid.
Watch your what?
Yeah, OE mid.
I got naded.
I'm keeping mid alley right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Dolphin's dead.
So we.
So we're on the window dead.
I think I'm outer. Give me a sec. Outer left.
I'm out mid, okay?
Step, I can help you. I'm trying to start. I got you. I'm trying to start.
He could be laying down top. Yeah, he is.
Crossing pipe. They're crossing pipe.
I believe it was DiamondCon at one moment in that, just kind of a frustrating situation. He was sort of like, we're all good, guys. All good. Stay calm. Leads to a great break.
Yeah, they did that first kill, P5, you know, on the Simp, and then after that, they just get right into the window. They're able to break it. Now you have this lead, and the pressure is on FaZe. But maybe it's that pressure that they need. That is going to be 3 dead, and P3 over to Atlanta. FaZe, this 40 seconds gets them right back in the game. That was a chance, potentially, to close out this map. We're getting pretty darn close if you were LAG. Esriel, DiamondCon putting up some great stats. Nice teamwork, good comms, calm communication out of LAG.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. But this, you gotta think now with the changes, you're gonna have more ample opportunity for some swings, right? Like with the old spawns, there weren't a lot of chances for like 100-point rallies, like with the way that it played. Now, yeah, you can put teams in the blender. When you talk about being able to just absolutely annihilate people, that also means there is opening for wild point swings. But the way this looks right now, not gonna need any crazy ones. It's gonna basically be a tie game at the end of this. Now with the read in the corner, it will be Drazah. Read to the other side once again. To Drazah, just trying to get the gunfight when he's gonna challenge with the pistol, able to take it. He's got one more here to deal with. Trophy out into the point, nearly able to get to the box corner, but can't quite get there. DiamondCon with 2 big ones. Make it 3, DiamondCon! Lighten them up in the hard point, taking the trophy out as well.
Yeah, not shooting the bodies, just taking out the trophies. That is very important to deal with those lethals and tacticals coming into play. But again, yeah, Drazah is hoping that he gets that break. He's trying to get onto that hill, but DiamondCon goes big.
There's got to be a trade there, right? There's got to be a trade there.
You're hoping for at least one. Now you have 3 dead yet again. LAG trying to get to that 200-point club. Now a 5 spree for Diamond. He's up to 25 and 13. You have FaZe spawning out. Not where they want to be. You see Assault. He's cutting off that OB. But they're going to try to flip, you know, for this P5, going to that P1. But LAG in firm control. There is that cruise.
What a sequence here from DiamondCon. Yeah, the streak now to work with, over the 215-point mark. Next hard point and getting ready to pop. All the pressure on FaZe now for a break. And a hold. If they're able to get set up inside, just looking for the kills on the outskirts, they're able to do that so far if you are FaZe. That'll be 3 in a row. Esriel not quite able to finish the kill around the edge. So now FaZe will be inside. Now it's going to be the streak. I think I saw a trophy in the point, so I believe you're good on that side. Let's get a land at top. Trophy not going to matter. Hits the roof, takes the player out of the point. The pressure to FaZe once again to get in, which they're able to do. Now they look to hold Joe.
Yeah, as soon as you got into that cruise, though, you had I think aBeZy found a kill. Another FaZe player finds a
tough timing, right?
Yeah, it's just a tough time. Those players get aggressive, but it's not with the cruise. Maybe it's just with the gunny. They get a little map control off of that. Now you're in the hill, up to 223. Just fighting for map position. Cellium up top 3. Trying to lock this down with Drazah, who's up top Snow, and there's going to be that mid-map control. So not out of this quite yet.
Now we're in that conversation of these clutch moments that FaZe struggled with a lot last year. And over the past couple of years, they've been very good this year. The close moments, they've stepped it up where they would falter before. Another chance here for a big clutch from Atlanta FaZe, but down 20. Still the pressure on them to make the play.
Yeah, you might need that. I mean, you need a couple of kills, but they're looking for Simp. There is the trade on out. And I thought with the 2 kills, maybe the map control, the map positioning would flip on its head, but it does not. It's clutch kills on a FaZe. aBeZy now on the point. Fame locking down this heading, getting that info. But you can just tell just the way this game has slowed down. How does LAG want to move on forward? Maybe it's a breakthrough this side of the map, and that's going to be it. They're going to try to push through P2.
Here they go. FaZe 3-0 and hard points decided by 30 points. Those close ones they've been able to take, but Assault wants no part of it. Through with 2 kills, hit the 230 mark, up 7, contested the point, but FaZe able to get back in behind the kill from Simp. Now 10 seconds to go. We take a look at the other side of the map on the minimap. You see number 5. It's going to be Drazah looking to make the play. It's Cellium with the pick out front. Now big Draws looking for the opening. Next hard point ready to pop. Draws going to get the kill. Able to do so.
Yeah, you had Drazah just kind of lurking and waiting. LAG didn't know he was there. Still, though, the players to the front did that break. Now, Atlanta FaZe with the lead. Those clutch kills coming in. Then it's going to be a 3 dead, and you see where they spawn. Now you cannot get staggered. You have to slow down here if you are LAG. It's going to be difficult to do, but now you got to go as a squad, but that might just be it. These new spawns, they help Atlanta FaZe behind the break. There's one more push. Not going to be enough, Atlanta FaZe. They clutch up in map 1.
Once again, the clutch gene is there. Atlanta FaZe now 4-0 in hard points, decided by 30 points or less. It is something they have struggled with year after year, but so far, so good in those big moments. They close it out, and I guess it was a test we were looking forward to. We didn't know if Subbase was going to make it in, because FaZe hadn't played it yet. Guerrillas look solid on it. We weren't really sure. The changes that came in, it gets in, and it's a banger here for map 1, 250 to 230. Joe, what pops out on the stats page?
I mean, nothing. I mean, you know, there's not much that really stands out. I mean, 5,700 damage from Simp, right? He continues to have his stellar year, but with a game as close as that, obviously on the other side, Fame 15 and 27, but it was Estriel and Diamondcon, what they were doing early on. Yeah, I think the one thing that stands out to me is just kind of maybe that P1, P2 at the end right there. LAG had a couple of chances where maybe you put more pressure just on the P1 and get some time. Instead, they really focus on the P2 rotation, but it's just a break from Atlanta FaZe that wins them the game.
Yeah, listen, the combo may change, but it's kind of hard not to gas Simp right now with the way he's been playing. I mean, I think the number, that's not the same as pubs for you guys watching at home. 2 KD. Listen, we're talking about the esports side of it. Usually, a 1.2 in a mode's like good. That's very, very good.
No, it's very good.
Very good, yeah. Which sounds maybe kind of not great if you play pubs. But in this, with the level of players you have, 1.2 is fantastic. He's the only player in the league right now that has a 1.2 in every single mode. Hardpoint, control, search. Just dropping 1.2s. That is very, very impressive. Now, it's early in the year, but so far it seems like this meta, this game, he's feeling himself.
Yeah,
Guy's back in his bag.
Yeah, I mean, running the kind of being that flex player, right? That MCW, running that 3rd one or the 2nd sub, depending on the hill. He just seems very comfortable in this title. But LAG, they came out swinging. It was kind of right around here where you have this extra time and I don't know, it just, they put some pressure on you early in this P1, but they give up that break. Drazah, he stayed alive the entire time in the back, but right through the middle of the map. Goes Atlanta FaZe, they get that break, and then you saw those spawns come in. It's deep, and if 1 or 2 players just gets caught in the middle of the map, that entire push is staggered. It's difficult to break that P2.
How big of a deal, I mentioned sort of the clutch thing throughout the course of the end of that one. You were very frustrated watching FaZe at times the past couple of years, and they crumble in those big moments in hardpoint. I know it's only like 4 times, it's early in the year, but how big is it like mentally just to win some of those clutch maps early on in a title?
I mean, I think it helps, but I feel like this title just kind of has those situations.
A lot of close games.
Yeah, I think really what we're touching on is you're hearing scrim results, you're hearing these guys are blowing people out of the water, and then you're watching it's like 250 to 240 every single time. You're like, yeah, this doesn't look like a team that's actually dominating. They should be the #1 team in the league. But yeah, I think this title, yeah, you're clutching on up, but it feels like those close games are going to happen no matter what.
It's just been like every series has been close. Like, we were trying to figure out where like tier rankings go. I'm like, my mind changes every day.
Yeah. Still not even a Major 1 yet. It's okay.
Yeah, no, we still have a lot to learn. That's for sure. Teams are going to get a lot better or a lot worse as the year goes on. We'll see. There'll be a lot of team changes to come through, I'm sure.
But game changes, meta changes.
Yeah, lots of changes. Listen, if that's one thing Call of Duty has very different than other esports with a different title every year is change. That is probably the biggest synonym to go with Call of Duty esports is change. It's always changing. But we get ready now for the map 2 search and destroy. This is somewhere when, we were looking through kind of the keys to victory, looking for some improvements for LAG. FaZe, they've been winning. Drazah's just weirdly, like, not been great in search. And does it surprise you a bit just with his history and how much time he puts into it?
I mean, I guess it surprises me a little bit.
Does it matter, though, when they're winning?
I mean, it doesn't, but I guess maybe you want him a little bit more comfortable on some of these maps. But I just think no matter what, if you look at this trio, whether it's RC, Slasher, someone's not going to get kills in search and destroy, right? Like, you're just going to have a couple of bad timings, you're going to have a couple of bad maps, and that's what happens in search. But you playing with this trio, there's just not enough kills on the map all the time in search and destroy. So it's just going to happen.
Yeah, I think the core is always going to be a threat in search.
Yep.
They have been since day one. For LAG, though, I mean, how do you try to attack that? You're probably going up against a team that is better than you in search and destroy. how do you try to beat a team in that scenario?
Yeah, I think on one hand, one thing I was surprised about with LAG is sort of like the control has been the one mode that's kept them in a lot of these series, right? That high-rise control, that's how they were able to win it. With New York, you're extending that series. Maybe you think you can win that series.
We knew we weren't going to see that here, though.
I feel like their search and destroy should be a little bit better. We'll see. They had a couple of weeks off. Maybe if this is improved.
Well, yeah, I guess that's a big question mark for us, too. You had the weeks off. I know there was probably a stretch where there were probably week and a half of no scrims, nothing, right? Like everyone's visiting family doing their thing. But then you get back in the lab and it's like, okay.
Some teams might just go put that time in.
Sure, that's true.
I mean, maybe you have a couple of days off. Some teams may just be scrimming AMs. I mean,
I judge it all by how much time I get with Crowder on Warzone before he has to go to scrims. And when I get to play with him longer, I know he doesn't have scrims. That's
true.
That's how I judge it. Is Crowder available to be my friend or not? Or is he in the lab with the boys? Well, map 2. We are ready to hop into it. LAG looking to answer back. It's another tough loss. They've had a lot of them. They've had some tough matchups, but they've had so many close maps, so many close series. Looking to fight back here now in the search and destroy. On offense first, it will be Atlanta FaZe, sending it out to mid-map. What do you guess? It's aBeZy looking to get into the action early, and there's the first blood from aBeZy.
I just like seeing the CDL operators. I mean, you got the camos, the operator.
Oh, it looks very sexy, Joe.
It does. I'm digging it. There's going to be that first blood. aBeZy's going to find the second. Estral with a nice trade, but bomb being planted at B right away.
You can get those in the store, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Sure. Simp with another. Last one up, Estral. Good luck with that gunfight. Not going to be able to take it. It's aBeZy with the opener. I think follows with the second as well. Pretty clean there from FaZe in the opener.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times when we've been watching, throughout the league, Karachi Search, it feels like that first blood should really tell us a tale. I mean, it doesn't always, because sometimes it's just traded right away, but the Karachi we've casted, it just starts the dominoes.
Yeah, it's like the non-traded first blood. Those ones, for sure. There's always something bothered me even early when I started casting Search. Like, such a difference between first bloods. You can have 6 of them, but they can all be very, very different. Just traded instantly, yeah. Not quite the same, but that was a clean one from aBeZy. Leads to a round win. You've got one man playing the island on the other side. That'll be Fame. Fame's going to maybe have a one-on-one with Simp on the other end of it, but
I think he's just over there throwing nades. I think you kind of saw the white arrows kind of going back and forth. They're not really sure where this push is quite yet. Now
playing that Røkkr roll, just maybe catch somebody.
Yeah, throw some nades, cause a rotation. Now Drazah from top satellite. He's going to have the info, but there is that first blood we just talked about. And now you have this bomb down.
Now Fame's probably going to have another fight on the other end of it with Cellium. Can they deal with Fame? They have to worry about him. They got to deal with Fame first. There's 2 players trying to find him right now. Not going to happen. Fame doing so well in this lurk role, playing the offside, still dancing with death. Finally going to drop now a 2v3. 30 seconds to go to FaZe to try and get this retake. It's Diamondcon, who's been a hero for this one so far. Does he have another one in the bag? Not going to be the case. Drazah's going to snap, and he's going to put him down. Now 2 versus 2. 15 to go. Drazah back to full HP, and they are hunting. Time is dwindling. Another fight. It's Drazah popping with the pistol. Drazah will drop 1 versus 1. Not enough time. That'll do it. Assault able to stay up top 3. They'll win the round.
Yeah, you're hoping maybe Cellium is a bit closer so he can hop the bomb, because Assault's just... Drazah's weak from that gunfight. Assault's going to peek for half a second, puts a couple of bullets in him and takes down Drazah. A heck of a retake attempt, but as you said, that round starts with Fame. He's going over to that bomb site, throwing a couple of nades, putting just some noise, some audio for the defensive side. Maybe this is a hit towards his bomb site, but he's just lurking.
Well, yes, so sometimes this comes into how efficiently you can find that lurker. I mean, how much time is he going to waste? Even if he doesn't get the second kill, but he wastes another 15 seconds, that might win the round for him. Like, it's such a different role compared to the other 3, like playing kind of that lurk. Because aBeZy's sort of the guy, like off an island, as you see on the minimap, but he's just sort of sprinting forward. He doesn't really lurk. He's more like a sledgehammer.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm going to run down the middle of the map and just run at you. But as that has happened, we're quickly into a 1-on-2 for Fame. Going up against Drazah and Simp. Well, he's going to catch either a great timing or a bad one. There is the first, can't find the second. They were stacking. Unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, if he knows the second's that tight, I mean, maybe he can hit like a nasty slot and timing with like the pillar and do something nuts. But now you see it from Simp's POV. He didn't really have a shot. He was dead. I thought for a moment there was an opening, but no, the trade is there. They're grouped up.
You saw aBeZy. I mean, those nades over the top sort of stop that mid push, and he just finds the timing on the Estriel, crossing over to A, takes that first gunfight. But it was a good call by LAG. They had 3 players over towards B, just kind of waiting for that push, and they were in the right position. Just the numbers not on their side. Let's see, now LAG in a bit of a 2-2 split. Simp showing you some jump spots, just doing whatever he wants.
Now we hop out to the sky cam.
Well, this might be maybe awful timing for Simp. They were thinking this was a B hit with how slow this was and the info that he had, and now Fame is all the way through. Did Cellium, the way Cell is looking, maybe they heard that. They know something is up, and somehow FaZe get 2 kills.
Well, Simp, the guy you had marked at the beginning of this, he's the one that's going to open it up. Fame's is still trying to find maybe that opener. He gets one, but it's going to have to be a 1 versus 4 with 40 to go. Bomb down towards that A site. Good luck. Now, Fame has had some moments. He's 4 and 3. But you know the situation you're in right now if you're FaZe. But they are split enough. At least he might be able to isolate Simp. But it seems like he's tracking back to the boys now. Make sure it gets traded. Simp is playing for the info. He's going to get gunned. Time, though, it's so short. You got 15 seconds, Joe.
Yeah, I think they knew exactly where Bomb was. Trying to throw a nade, just trying to find anything, a miracle, but not going to happen. They both chow. FaZe win that round. And it's a bit of an odd one. I mean, you had timings kind of all over the place. It felt like FaZe thought that the hit was over towards that B site, but you had 2 players low male. Fame gets through. But then inside of red, the fights go the way of FaZe. They're able to deal with it.
FaZe continue to take the edge here. Now up to 3 and 1. Outside of the Fame first blood, I think it's pretty much been FaZe rolling in that regard. 4 and 1 start from Cellium. aBeZy, he's been right up the gut. I mean, the 2 offensive rounds that he's had, he's found the first blood in both.
So right down the middle of the map again.
This time he's got a little help, a little different. Not kind of that ISO man, but he's still sending AS and almost a 3rd first blood. aBeZy then almost snaps onto his teammate. My guy's twisted.
Yeah, but while that happens, LAG, they fly right through. They were hoping to isolate maybe that 1 player over towards A, but the reinforcements are here now to help out Estriel. As aBeZy, the last player alive, and a nice round at LAG. I mean, you saw how just quick that push was. I love the trophy down, the utility for FaZe. They're cutting off that player up top, Tim, trying to deal with the 1 player going towards Mail or towards that bus, crossing to the bomb. But the reinforcements were there so fast for LAG.
Well, I did a good job. Just so I forget who it was, the first player that kind of got chopped. Maybe just staying alive.
Stay alive, yeah.
Like, he's found that opener, back-to-back offensive rounds. He had the read, but you stayed alive, then you had the numbers. Great job there from Grills. That's a big round. You bring it within 2-3, you're within a round. Things were starting to spiral a little bit, maybe. FaZe looking to run away with the search and destroy. It's not going to be the case anymore. Fame leading the way of all players. He's got 7. Diamond, who's been, you know, the best player really for this Guerrillas team from a statistics standpoint. He's 1 and 5 right now in search, but we'll see if he can pick it up over the course of the upcoming rounds. Bomb in the hand of Guerrillas. They're working towards B. And once again, it's Fame, though. We'll keep an eye on that number 2. In that kind of lurk roll in the offsite, he was able to find a pick onto Simp, I believe. Last time he does it again. So Fame this time takes out aBeZy. He's doing such a good job in this role. Just keeping them distracted, wasting time on the opposite side of the map. He will get traded out a little bit faster this time from Simp, so a very different round than we saw a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, the problem is while that was happening, yeah, he finds the first blood. The 2 players in Drazah and Cell, they waited. They had a stun inside a market. That gave them the info. This is a B hit. But the bomb does get planted, so we're in a 3-on-3. And yeah, much quicker trade from Simp may be the key here.
Yes, because last time, you ran out of time, right? It came down to a 1v1, you didn't have time to make the play. Now maybe you do, if you're FaZe on the retake. But they are getting ready to go. Over to Estriel's POV we go. The fight's going to come in. It's going to be Drazah with the shots in. 3v2 now for FaZe. 20 to go. Looking for the angles assault. Diamond able to get one. He's going to get picked up. Just getting shot and tagged to the back. Not having the line of sight you need. Diamond still up, though. Time is dwindling. Beams there onto Simp. Last person's there for the trade, and the time was everything. That's why I said it. I was like, that might be the difference. And it literally was. If you had, what, 7 to 10 less seconds, you lose this round. But Simp able to get the trade more efficiently onto Fame. They had the time to work the 3v3. They get the round win.
Not even 7. If you had 2.7 seconds,
yeah.
You lose that round. But a heads-up play from FaZe, a nice 3-on-3 retake. I mean, Simp, you know, they push through market, find that first player, and has the heads-up to wrap back towards those stairs and know there's going to be a player top 3. And he's the one to first chow, that player on the bridge. Because if Cellium dies there, I don't know if Simp's going to have time to get on that bomb. So nice teamwork out of Atlanta FaZe.
So the first 2 rounds they found success on was sort of aBeZy just up the gut by himself. The other 3 working towards B. That looks to be what they're going to get back to. aBeZy is sitting out, trying to find the 1v1. He's found it, but he's just tucked behind. He says, screw it, I'm sending it. He's going to die right after. But he'll fly in, he'll get his opening first blood.
Yeah, LG have sent 3 this way. You saw the trophies down, but he still got stunned. Probably pops midair. They know he's behind that cinder block. He's able to take him down. So you deal with the first fast B hit from FaZe. You have Fame into a good spot. I don't know if they know his position.
I mean, the round you won on defense, you kind of destroyed him. The 2 you lost, it was like kind of the clean opener from aBeZy. This time you're at least able to trade it, so a little bit of a different look. Now it's just, can FaZe get this planted? What do they do around the bomb site? You've got all 3 grouped up here. You got a triangle around Fame currently. Catches one is Drazah. Staying up, re-centering, snapping, feeds one over to Simp. Things falling apart now for Guerrillas. Estriel last up, 5th round, looking to be on the board for FaZe. Estriel just getting out with 64 HP. Nice win.
Simp has had some absurd chows. Just absurd chows in some of these rounds. But that round hurts because...
They're both in the 3-on-1. He's like, screw it.
Yeah, you are waiting. Fame is just waiting for a player to jump out of market and hop on the bomb. And waiting and waiting and waiting. And Drazah just drops out top 3. I thought maybe he would have heard him drop, but didn't feel like it. And then he just finds the timing on the player top satellite. And then as soon as that happens, Fame's like, I have to get this trade. Shoots, shows his position. That player hops out of market, gets that trade. I mean, it all relies on the Fame. Just everybody wait for me. But because that one player gets through and gets caught, he's got to show.
I mean, it's been working for him in some of these offensive rounds. It looks like they're kind of right back to it. Fame this time, they're not playing as close to A. He's playing more around mid-map. But this time, not going to find the same success. Mid-map's aBeZy's area of the maps. He's 6-6, but he has had a big impact early in the rounds. You now have a 4v2. We're looking to close this one out here, Joe.
Yeah, Estriel and Diamond trying to try to do something, but you are just... Look at the positioning. You have Simp watching the pinch, the flank. They're going to go. They're all going to fly forward. Drazah having a much better map here. Finds the final 2 kills. Puts Atlanta FaZe up 2-0.
Yeah, what he said, like that .55 in search. That's been, you know, when you're FaZe and you've been arguably the best team in the league, and statistically, you know, it's usually you're putting up how good they are. It's tough sometimes to find the negatives. The one, maybe Drazah in search and destroy. Here, he's all smiles. Here he steps it up and has a big map. Pretty much in control throughout. There were some good looks and some chances from Guerrillas, but FaZe the better search team.
Yeah, I mean, just much quicker there. I think the one thing that stands out is we take a look at the stats. Yeah, Drazah 11-5. That .55 not going to look as bad now.
The first bloods. I mean, aBeZy had 4, which we knew he had a ton, but you either got them from Fame in that Lurk roll, or you didn't get them at all. Yeah, I mean, that's it.
Yeah, he was playing well and putting himself in clutch positions, but just a little bit too fast was Atlanta FaZe. You know, they made some heads-up plays, some nice reactions. You saw what LAG wanted to do. They were 3 stacking over towards B on defense, on offense, kind of waiting for Fame, but it was just red. And then some of those trades allowed Atlanta FaZe to get those clutches.
Well, I think that's what's different between like hardpoint, search and destroy. You know, we talk about it like, you know, your pub hardpoint or even your ranked play hardpoint versus what these pros play. Well, it's tough to see sometimes how fast it is, how fast they make decisions, but the same can be said for search, and where you can like replicate, like hardpoint, you know, hardpoint's the same spot, you're playing sort of the same situations over again. Search is all these little like mini games kind of, and when you're a better search team, like they just make decisions so fast. Where LAG might be like talking through stuff, figuring out how they want to play it, FaZe just doing it.
Yeah, they're just getting info and then they take some risks. You know, that's just the game plan. Take some risks. They knew aBeZy had, you know, that last round. As soon as aBeZy gets that kill middle of the map on Fame, Simp just goes right all the way through that flank. And it's just a heads-up play. As soon as this happens, this is probably going to be the play call for that offensive team. Nice reads for them.
Is that one of the biggest, like, maybe separations in skill gap for search and destroy? Is just the quickness of those decisions?
Oh, yeah, 100%, right? Just what info do we have? Okay, this is probably the play.
Yeah.
And they just go.
All right, well, we're not going to break quite yet, just waiting to head there before we get ready for the control. But the control, I think one of the things that they were talking about is whether maybe you get a high rise, and that's where Guerrillas can maybe get the surprise. That's not going to be in. That's not going to be the case. We had back-to-back invasion where FaZe have been good. This series, did it kind of come down to that map one? Like, do you really need to win that one if you were Guerrillas?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're going to, you haven't played this in a match. I mean, they've streamed a ton of LAG, but yeah, I mean, you're on FaZe's, again, comfort zone.
Okay, well, we get ready for the map 3. Before that, we're going to head to a quick break, but FaZe in control. They clutch up. The clutching continues in the map 1. Simp continues to be incredible. aBeZy's finding the first blood. You dominate in the search and destroy. Control, though, is where it's what's kept Guerrillas in some series, but do you have a shot to do it now here? We'll see if they can stand up and get the W after this quick break.
Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Hello, beautiful and sexy viewers. We are back. Guerrillas versus FaZe. FaZe completely in control, up 2-0. Map 1 was a banger if you missed it. Definitely recommend watching if you maybe haven't seen Subbase and some of the changes over the holiday. Search, though, not really close. Now be ready for Invasion. We'll see if Guerrillas have what it takes here to maybe push this series deeper.
Yeah, I mean, you know, FaZe, I think they're 1-1 on this, so they have a map loss on this. Where LAG, you haven't seen it yet for them. They've been hanging out on high rise.
It was what, Boston, that first series. I remember Simp tweeted out, like, I promise you we don't suck this bad on Invasion or something right after, if I remember correctly.
You're mine, dude. It just goes to some weird points.
I don't know, man.
What were we talking about last night? Football? You knew some guy from 2006.
Oh, I think I called someone D'Angelo Williams, but it wasn't D'Angelo Williams. Wasn't that the running back for the Panthers? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I was like, sure.
Him and Jonathan Stewart, dude, they used to piss me off, bro. That 50-50 split. If you're old, you might know what I'm talking about if you've done fantasy for like 20 years. All right, now, here we go. 3 through. For FaZe in the early going. Diamond trying to stay up. Best of luck. aBeZy shuts it down with the MCW.
Yeah, and you saw kind of what, you know, we've seen this on Invasion. You know, the A point a little bit more tougher to cap, so usually we see some success right from the break off that time. They pretty much, go for a 4-for-1. FaZe now locking them in.
Drazah on the Michael Bay film.
All the way in the back of these Humvees. Simp now locked them in at this tank as well, has the rival. A little bit of help coming in from aBeZy. And that's a problem. If you go over towards A and it's like a clean or pretty darn clean forward head, you can get put into a trap right away.
Yeah, it was relatively clean. All right, you go 4-for-1. Now Cellium watching her mid-alley cut.
You don't have trophies yet. I mean, you're just getting pummeled by grenades and stuns.
Ooh, yeah. Chow there from Cell, just headshots across the board again. Guerrillas cut up, back to respawn. They are in a vice currently, Joe, with 30 to go.
Yeah, you don't have anyone from FaZe there quite yet. I imagine trophies. I mean, we just saw Cell throw one, so maybe you have one count. Yeah, saw one there towards Broken for LAG, so you can get onto the point for now. But you just hear it right away. Just all the stuns and the nades. They know there's one trophy. Once that's gone, we're going to try to start this push and get this break. A nice job from Assault watching over his teammates. Takes down 2. 2 ticks about to be an Ebby.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, it's pretty rare you keep them from getting a single point. As bad as it looks, typically the last-ditch effort seems to work towards B. You get that. Now, I mean, lives-wise, you're basically okay. You're down 3, not a big deal. It's just going to be the time. You've really got, with the setup for FaZe, you got one push, because by the time you actually get through to actually apply pressure to A, that might be it. So this is going to be very, very difficult to do if you are Guerrillas.
Yeah, a couple of pushes, just fighting for map control. Right, every time there's a trade, that is a plus for FaZe, but that's what you need. Get Estriel and Fame in some good position. Trying to just take control of this treehouse P4, whatever your comms are at home. Now 40 seconds left, and again, they gotta work across the map over towards A.
I guess to be clear, when I say you got like one push, I'll say that like I mean you have like one chance on the actual objective. Like you're only gonna get there once, right? Like you're gonna have a bunch of like mini pushes to try and get across the map, but you may have one once you get to A, if you get to A, because you've got to win up through this B street, which they're still trying to do. Cellium hits a hell of a stun. That probably hit 2, maybe 3 players. He lands that in their back pocket. There's no trophy there. Fame just in the blender early, 1 in 6, but you're not going to find a lot of success when you're trapped for the first minute and a half of this game. 5 seconds to go. Last person close is dead. Drazah with a double to close it out, and that's a pretty solid defense out of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean,
they were never tested.
It's what we've really seen, right? They wasted so much time over at B for LAG. That is, you know, you have the advantage when they don't have trophies early. The nades are hitting, the stuns are hitting. You're going to take those pushes. Drazah was just hanging out. He was 4 and 2. And there's a couple of his kills towards the end. He was just locking down the A street, playing that one player at the Humvees.
Yeah, no, he was chilling. I think the most action he saw was the Humvees blowing up. Honestly. And now let's see if FaZe can find success on offense. This is kind of a must-win round within this series. You got to win this if you're Guerrillas and you have any chance of fighting back and maybe pulling off the reverse sleep. You go to an O2 hole. Gonna border on impossible. Nade not gonna work. trophy is there with the protection onto Assault, but in the zone right now it will be FaZe. Winning gunfights on the other side of the street will be Cellium, who's on A. So you've got pressure on both points. You split the defense, you're gonna make a choice if you are Guerrillas, especially if Cellium continues to find kills, and Cellium's doing just that. We've watched this entire fight go down at B, but Cellium's been on an island on the other side of it, continuing just distract 1 or 2 players from this Guerrillas side. He's got another one-on-one. Cellium finally going to drop. It's FaZe that's able to, sorry, DiamondCon that's able to take him out, but it's a great opener. FaZe looking to put this series away. Let's go to a listen in right now with the Planet FaZe.
Yeah, he's right. I'm right.
I need mid-tank, hold on. Mid-tank too. I got him fired.
I've done mid-tank first.
It's for me.
He's done so target. I'm
mid-tank.
Core down, come on, shot. Oh my god.
Mid-tank. Oh, he's back. Fire car. Right.
Also weak, I'm leaving that guy.
I'm looking V down.
I have our side. I have our side.
I have 2 mid to
What's deep?
V down.
Assault deep down.
I'm dead. We gotta take.
Another one on A.
Hey, should we go B?
Yo, I'm mid-tank. He's found B assault.
Their side, eh?
Yeah, I'm mid-tank assault, because
You still are 4.
Let me at.
I'm
mid-tank dead.
Checkers.
Oh, fire truck.
Trying to help him
Oh
out.
my god, it's so
I'm trying
Shoot.
I'm trying to help him out.
Might be B.
Go B.
Make sure you cap this.
I have Sorry, maybe?
I have street push.
Look your door.
Yeah, I'm stacking it.
I'm gonna push it out for you, Luki.
Go for it.
Small one shot. He's going cap one shot, Asher.
I'm going out P4.
I don't see Mason D.
Yo, beat him laying down. Beat him laying down. Small weak.
Chris, I'll be straight.
Hard Mason D.
Yeah, back to, yeah, beat him. He went to DVD.
I didn't bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield.
What's left? I'm cutting mid. Ace D.
Yeah, nice.
I'm playing straight.
P4 assault out of the play.
He
ran top P4. He ran top P4.
Rugs extra weak. They're mid-tank fame.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Cellium talks, all I hear is
yeah, fun. I think you are just getting old, but maybe a bit of both. But he is 14-7. I think he's just fired up because he's had some ridiculous plays. You talked about it right before that, listed it. He basically got that ticket A by himself. But you can see if FaZe starting to work towards A, they're trying to work these trophies.
Second bit of progress is there. Pressure to Guerrillas to break. They're able to do it. FaZe's able to go through and get both players, but you've done a lot of damage. I mean, you're definitely in the lead here if you're talking about a round 5 defense, but can you actually win the round if you're FaZe? One final shot, 20 seconds to go. On Drazah's POV, he is lurking, he is tagged up, he's getting away with his life. Now the opener mid-map from aBeZy. You have a 4-on-3 here for a second. Here we go. Player spawns up for Guerrillas. 4-on-4 towards the point. They're holding so far. 5 to go. FaZe going big. It's clean to close it out there from Guerrillas. You stay alive within the round.
Yeah, it's nice timing from FaZe. He just kind of jumps that corner to get that advantage in the gunfight. Big defensive hold, as you said. You lose that one, the series is probably done.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah.
Yeah, Salt, he's continued to have a good map up to 14-8, but you saw some crazy shots from FaZe throughout that listening. I think Simp had a nuts one. Cellium was getting pretty fired up. A couple opportunities for them, and Fame, you said he got that 1 kill, but like he's been he was 1-11 at one point, so 4 in a row to lock down A.
Didn't realize that at the moment that I was gassing his only kills he's got in the map.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean the only 0-2 comeback I think of is like that Black Ops 4 like FaZe Thieves one, which is one of the craziest series of all time. Like you don't typically come back from 0-2 down. So you're able to at least make a 1-1 here in the map 3. Now, can you have a better offense? Because last time I don't know, it just looks frustrating when it's one of those. Like it was just always kind of comfortable for FaZe. There weren't many openings or playmaking ability, like chances for Guerrillas. You were just locked up for the most part.
Well, I'll tell you what, the first 20 seconds, they're back to being locked up. They don't win the break, and FaZe put them kind of in that blender again. You have one player, Ali, watching that cross player broken, but they deal with those 2 players. They get streak control. Most importantly, a trophy is down as they stack this B point. Got it. When you were doing that voice, I don't know what like cartoon or movie it was, but it's like 2 kids, and that's just the way they speak. Like, I don't know, but someone will remember.
Yeah, no. Now that you say that, yeah, I think. Oh god, that's gonna bother me forever. Thank you, Joe. Second bit of progress done and point done now for Guerrillas. So much better. Drazah, I know he's 9-10, but he's hit some really clean beams. Like, listen in that the one gunfight he had. I think he had like a wallbang onto Astro, but like the shots were absurd.
And he goes on a flank, so now you can kind of see arrows 6 and 7, aBeZy and Simp. They're just making sure nobody gets up that Humvee street up towards A, because he's the one player who, you know, he was locking that down, making sure nobody rotated over to A. But he goes on that flank. That position is open. So we go right back to this setup for Atlanta FaZe. 90 seconds. They're up 6 lives. Things are looking comfortable here.
Dude, something...
Not seeing heads.
It's not seeing heads, right? Okay, I'm not crazy, right? I was just about to say, like, I swear to God, like, heads are disappearing, or it's just the silhouette.
It's the silhouette.
It's just the X-ray, or is it just how that
They
skin
have, like,
looks?
their hoods up in this. Like,
yeah, it makes them look headless.
Yeah, no.
Oh, dude, I almost said it like 10 times earlier. I'm like, am I going crazy?
No, I saw that multiple times on Karachi.
Okay. It just stood out. We both kind of just, like, looked at each other at the same moment. It's trippy. aBeZy staying up. 34 HP left in it, 50 seconds to go. The lives advantage significant to FaZe, may not matter because more than likely it'll be the time, but you've got a big edge in that spot. The kills continue to flow here for FaZe. aBeZy just sending it right up the gut. One spawn's like right in front of him and he'll drop, but there's just been no openings for Guerrillas. None. I mean, you haven't even, you don't know what it smells like. And it's something, it's got a very strong scent, like a fresh baked apple pie. The wind's blowing, it's going down the street. You're so far away, you still haven't smelled it, Joe.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love a fresh baked apple pie?
Ugh.
I'll tell you what. Speaking of the holidays, I had a bunch of that, but yeah, no, they haven't been near zone A or near zone apple pie at all.
Yeah, they have been locked up, but you see some crazy swings that can happen on this map. Is there a chance maybe for another one for Guerrillas? Or can FaZe put it away here in the offense? They were, what, a tick away from doing it last time through. They found some success pretty early and often in that, but it was some clutch kills from, well, it was like the only kills from FaZe. It was like 4 of his
See how they have
5
their
game
hoods, dude? So the hoods are like up a little bit?
That's just what it is, yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like the silhouette's like there's no
yeah,
head.
100%. I thought it was like a bug or something, but you're right. I think it's just the hood.
Reminds me of like the, I forget what, I think it was like the Sentinel in Infinite Warfare that turned into a dog.
I was thinking like Sleepy Hollow, that movie with Johnny Depp, dude, the Headless Horseman, bro. That's what I was thinking about, yeah.
That works.
It's a Tim Burton classic, bro. One trying to hit through on the cut. Simp just able to get away. And Estria will re-engage. Assault once again in his spot up top. They'll be able to clear him out. And that's one of the
Simp
first.
should say, sorry, I'm turned.
Yeah. Well, aBeZy almost did it to him, I think, in the S&D. Yeah. He snapped right onto him. The tiny tears for a reason.
Yeah, aBeZy was obviously very weak. Just took one bullet. He gets taken down, but no progress going to be so far. So LG, a strong defense, but yeah, position here if you are Simp. Just playing his life allows his teammates to get on towards B. One player is still, what, over towards red. That's going to be Diamond John. Just wait for teammates off his spawn, but they got to deal with Simp, who is just lurking.
It's like not getting anxious, just taking his time, finding openings there. The slide cancel and Chow not going to work that diamond up on the heady. He'll shut it down. You still have so much time to go. Minute 40. Lives pretty equal. Now we set up the first approach. If you are FaZe, they've got a second one there. Maybe it makes this push a little bit easier because you still have to worry about Fame. Just kind of spawning you out deeper, having eyes on the cross. But Drazah is sending it forward for now, and he'll win his one.
Yeah, what's different between the two offenses, right? You've just never gotten up to B Street, never gotten, you know, deli control, cafe control if you were LAG, where you can see for FaZe, they've gotten that, and it kind of pinned them back gas. The one player who was pushed out is Fame, still Humvees.
No, I mean, Guerrillas, their POV on offense looked like they've still been fighting for B the entire round. Yeah. Honestly, that's what it's been. They've captured it, but it's looked like they're still fighting for it. But getting through all the way on the backside of the spawn will be Simp. He's gotten a kill, taking out trophies, and now things starting to open up. You've got 1 and 2, you can see all the way bottom side on the map. Gonna be between 2 FaZe players. Well, another one-on-one there for Simp, running out of ammo, and he loses it. That might have been big for FaZe. It was a chance to take this offense if Simp can continue to stay up, but finally you get the clearance here on the bridge side.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's 25 seconds left, so they're gonna have to go.
Took a little while, yeah.
nobody really back gas. Everyone kind of middle of the map. Cellium just trying to find anyone, but nice kills from Diamond and Assault. 15 seconds left. The good thing for FaZe, they have tick advantage. They will have defense in round 5.
A much better defense, too, from Guerrillas. I mean, there were a couple openings maybe in Simp getting through, but not really. Not really any threat to the objective like you saw in the last round. You tighten things up a bit there if you're Guerrillas.
I'm just paying attention out of the X-ray characters. Like, honestly, I don't know if their heads might just be disappearing. It's probably just a Codcaster thing.
I thought it was a Codcaster bugging, like the heads weren't there at first. But then you said the hood thing. I was like, that makes sense, Joe. You're smart. But
I don't know. I'm like staring at him now, dude. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure this out.
I was thinking about the whole first 2 maps, too. I shouldn't say anything. Oh,
we're insane. Sorry.
Yeah, we are special. That's why some of you love us. And
some of you hate us.
Some of you hate us, but yeah, we're still going to be here, so tough for you.
Hope you had a great holidays.
Yeah, Merry Christmas! Happy New Year! Oh, round 5.
Try to go A early in round number 1, but not this time. Just going to go over towards B, try to get as much progress as they can. Diamond just kind of lurking. You see FaZe is just like a little bit worrisome that someone's still over here. And there, he's going to get that kill, and that's right on to A, so maybe a chance here.
Here we go. Here we go.
We saw Cellium do this. Maybe if you even just get one tip of what this is going to do, it's going to force a couple of players off spawn for FaZe to go to A.
And this is what I was saying earlier. Like, just as magical happens sometimes in this map. Like, you will get no success on offense whatsoever for 2 rounds. Literally locked up. Then round 5, it's like, oh, I go, okay, let's have the whole game change.
Yeah, no, it's round 5s, round 11s.
Yep.
And goes out the window.
Something happens, bro.
The only bad thing for them is Cellium wins the one-on-one towards that A zone, and you don't get a tick done. So.
You smelled the apple pie, though, Joe.
That's
you maybe took a bite, too.
Maybe you took a bite. Maybe they gave you one little nibble.
Now can you get the whole pie? As they look to fight towards A. Tons of time.
We have a lot of map positioning here, but Drazah spawns in a deal with Assault. But here is that opening. Diamond.
No, they're headless, bro. Yeah, they're headless. Yeah, I did not have a head. I'm 100% certain that man had his head shut off, but also didn't have a head before it was shut off.
And now you have a 4 dead, 2 off spawn, Drazah and Simp. We have figured it out. So many questions, now we have the answers.
LAG, progress is there. First tick done, the kills continue to flow. They're locking them up. A chance to get this series to go deeper. FaZe just getting locked down. Second tick done. Surging on forward. Fame with the tags in. A second to go. The contest is in, and that is maybe enough as Drazah in the pistol. Clutch up in the biggest of moments here in the map 3, and they survive by the hair of their chinny chin chins.
Yeah, Drazah's got something on his chin. He's got some hairs, but the problem is now you have 12 lives per minute. You have to slow this down, and with how successful they were off the start, LAG, you've minute 40 to work with, now down to a minute and 20, but really you're trying to play a little bit of TDM with this map pressure.
And it's just crazy because like you feel so good about LAG's chances because it looks so good in this round, but I mean, how many times they've been locked up for multiple minutes in this same spot? So as good as it looks, a minute is not a lot of time, and you're still maybe relying on a miracle because FaZe now, the pressure subsided, the panic is gone, you've gotten back to your spots.
And I don't know if it'll matter, but they didn't deal with the progress at A, but maybe they're just not worried about it. Said, screw it, we have to lock them in before they even get there anyway.
I think they're thinking about what you're thinking about, Joe, because there's the clearance.
Okay, they got on it, all right.
Or they can hear us, I don't know. But aBeZy will clear the point, so it may matter. More than likely not with the way the minimap's looking currently, but these are the big moments. Almost a big play there from Fame to clear Cell, because you know how Cell can be one of those annoying kills on the map, and they're still trying to deal with him. Next got the bat, the haymaker, laying him out. Cell puts Assault in the body bag, and now Guerrillas are in trouble. 15 to go. A street clear. They nibbled the pie. Not looking like they're hitting the whole pie, Joe.
Still maybe one chance. You have one player pushed up. You're relying on Fame to try and get there. Cell's gonna hit the wall bang. Cell's gonna lock down the street. Atlanta FaZe clutch up in round 5. LAG almost get us to a map number 4. They're gonna be frustrated. You can see their reactions. Just, I mean, you're watching the crosses. It felt like you had everything. I'm just happy you and I figured out that
Yeah,
heads aren't showing up.
There's something going on with heads. It had me tweaking. But it's a 3-0 for FaZe. And this, listen, on paper it's 3-0, but the map 1, 30-point game. The map 3, the map 3 is a weird one because that round, it could have come down to that circus. But for the most part, through 4 rounds, like FaZe looked the better team. Round 5, Guerrillas almost pulled a rabbit out of the hat and won it. The search and destroy, I mean, FaZe dominated, but Joedecieves, you've really noticed there statistically. Fame brought it back. He was 1-11 at one point.
Yeah, no, he brings it back. Diamondcon, I mean, putting up damage right alongside Simp, right? 27-26 from him. Cellium, I think, was a key player in a lot of those rounds. He won some big one-on-ones just to be annoying, right? Just put pressure on the map, give them more ticks on some of their offenses. But there is the match summary of our first match back.
3-0 for FaZe. They continue to look like the best team in the league, and also this game continues to just have these tight, even 3-0, just these tight games. These are the nature of the respawns in this particular title. We are going to have some nail biters. But yeah, it does it for Joe and I in our first series. We'll see you again for match 3 later on this evening. But for now, back to the Des, Puckett, Ali, Ant. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, baby. That was faster than I expected, Nameless. I thought we had the potential of going to a game 5. At the start of that hard point, it was LAG taking charge.
Yeah.
FaZe, though, are they the clutchest team in the league right now? This was a comeback in game 1, and then what looked like a game over at the end of that round 5, game 3, they somehow break in. Drazah again, the hero.
I mean, you're putting me in a tough spot with that question because I will still say that it is New York, but listen, FaZe had some heroic efforts throughout this series, beautifully done, especially on that sub base. Now, that's a map that we know LAG can be pretty lethal on. Well, what happens? LAG had the positioning. They were in a great position, but Atlanta FaZe, they flipped the map, and when you give them an inch, as Chance loves to say, they will take a mile. LAG could not get back out of that spawn trap, and we saw sort of like the discipline level of FaZe. It's on another level so far in this game, right? Like, in this map right here on defense, they were playing flawless for the most part, aside from the very beginning of that last round. So for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, cool, calm, collected, another W.
And I think to that point, Ant, that like they also gave them an inch when it came to the map set. As I said it at the beginning, giving Atlanta Karachi and Invasion, which they pretty obviously preferred before we headed into this little split. I felt like that was already a misstep from the side of LAG from a team that is struggling. And then on the flip side, it was a lot of mistakes from LAG. For me personally, first of all, Drazah should never be allowed to push into that 8-point round 5 and get that 2-piece when you're on the final tick. That just can't happen. But even going back to that search and destroy, round number 6, when LAG should have tied it up 3-3, they get the bomb down, they have the first blood, they have a player in the back of Chicken Coop watching the flank, but somehow 2 FaZe players get by seemingly for free and shoot the rest of LAG in the back and end up going 4-2. Things like that just can't happen.
LAG having a tough one. They are the first team to finish 1-4, at least for now. They're still in around that 7th to 12th spot.
Yeah.
Find out where they're going. Atlanta FaZe, though, you are now at 80% win rate in big part to your clutch plays, and that is our play of the game. Let's take a look at this
It's got to be the end of Control, right?
Round 5, Control. It looks like it's done, but no. Alley Cat, give us some play-by-play.
I mean, it was just a great situation here. His teammate Simp flies in first. He gets traded out, but he gets a couple of bullets and assault before he goes down. So Drazah is able to clean up that kill, and then just the insane chow with the Renetti to clean up Diamondcon for that win.
Yeah,
Did that feel good? You haven't done that in a while.
It did feel good.
That was tough, man. I think, you know, in your situation for LAG, it's like maybe you just let it be contested for a bit, hold it back there. It's obviously all situational, but you just can't let them get across, as Ali mentioned.
It's time for our Monster Energy Winner Spotlight. Welcome to the show, aBeZy, the tip of the spear, the man who just comes shot out of a cannon at the start of every search and destroy round. aBeZy, talk to me about that final round, because it looked like we were heading to a game 4. Who clutched up?
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, Zach ended up popping like a crazy 2-piece on the point to really like help us get that control back of the map, and then after that, it was like a smooth sailing the rest of the round.
aBeZy, congrats on the win and continuing to be undefeated. Obviously, we haven't seen you guys for a couple of weeks. Happy New Year. What did Atlanta FaZe focus on with those couple of weeks off?
I mean, mainly we were just grinding because obviously there was new spawns going into this split. So we honestly only took like a few days off for Christmas. That way we could just keep grinding and playing amateur teams that had already been playing on the new spawns. So that was like the main thing for us.
aBeZy, in the search and destroy, you know, especially on your guys' offense, it was really just you like a bat out of hell going through mid, and then sort of them playing off of your contact, right? So is it something that like you and the rest of the guys are just okay with, like live or die by the aBeZy push?
I mean, honestly, we have like we're just like we have a bunch of different strats and stuff like that where, you know, I can like go in and try to win my one, and even if I don't, I mean, I have 3 of the best players beside me. They can clutch up in a round. So
aBeZy, the coaches poll currently has you at the top tier. Who else is in that top tier with you guys heading into Boston?
I mean, I'd say like the obvious top 4 teams like New York, Toronto, and OpTic.
And of course, heading into that first major, which one of those teams are you most excited to play in the grand finals?
I'd say Toronto. I feel like it's always a good matchup with those guys.
They won Boston last year. I'm just saying, looking at the stats, they could be favored to win it again. aBeZy will let you go celebrate with the squad.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a good one.
That's aBeZy, and that's Atlanta FaZe with the first win of the day. We still have 2 matches to go, and remember, Toronto trying to be considered one of those top-tier teams after losing to Boston. They take the stage next. Before we get there, quick reminder, sync and earn. We got a calendar. You got a calendar. Sync them up together, Alley Cat.
Yep, and if you have some sort of ADHD, just like me and Chris, this will certainly help you keep up to date with all of the matches. You open up your phone, and guess what? Bang! It lets you know when the next match is coming up. So calendar sync now available. Add your favorite team's 2024 schedule to earn the squad up calling card at callofdutyleague.com/schedule.
Nailed it. We're going to break. When we come back, it's going to be Surge. It's going to be Ultra. You don't want to miss it. We've got Minnesota and New York still in tow as well. This is the CDL Week 3 of qualifiers for Major number 1.
Journey, 6 in a row for Journey.
Hydra obviously being one of those players might have a little dance with Sandy here in a moment, and as the pre-fire as well gets it done and gets out with his life, possibly the best player in the world. Uncontested time for both teams. The game clock still ticking.
Oh my God, we're talking about the sub prowess of CleanX, but it's the AR he's putting to work here.
Yeah, to keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1 versus Illey. Former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep.
Thieves down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joedecieves gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond, can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond, if you win this. God damn, what a round.
Two. I mean, what, 5 in a row for Rip, 3 points now for Heretics. They're done. 4 in a row for Journey, 5 in a row for Journey, 6 in a row for Journey.
See what he can find. There it is. So up to 7 in a row. Journey has not 34.
The takedown 1. The response there immediately on the other side. But Journey, who's been the MVP of the map, hits again. 3 in a row for Journey. Ball game series to Heretics.
40 bomb for Journey on sub base. Closes out the series.
of Boston, where champions are born.
I'm interested in making ends opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having it safe because I'll take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off. He told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show, she told me that it was a favorite sin. Sprint event is spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second match. This is opening day of week 3 of our qualifiers. And Alley Cat, the chat loves these intros. Who did it better, Surge or Ultra?
Oh, that one's really hard. I think Surge. I really like the Surge intro.
You vibing with it?
Yeah, I'm picking Surge. Yeah, it came across real good.
Take that, chat. All right, let's break down these teams, starting with Toronto Ultra, because as everyone knows, they were on fire at the World Championships. That fire went out in the Grand Finals. They made a team change and brought Envoy into the lineup. Since then, a 2-1 record. They looked great, and then that final match before break, they got wiped by Boston. 3-0 here out.
Yeah, that was a really uncharacteristic loss when it comes to Toronto Ultra. For them, it's just about that consistency, right? They've been struggling in Search and Destroy. And when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, you can see it right here. Cold War Kleenex is back. He has been #1 Slayer rating so far. It's a CDL high. What more would we expect from the player that is Kleenex, a high engagement? But for Toronto, it's just kind of their hard point right now. They have a deep map pool, but they aren't exactly comfortable winning when it comes to that map #1 and 4. So I think that's where I'm going to keep my eyes in this series.
A lot of people are still putting Toronto near the top of the CDL. Nameless, you're one of the few that says the Surge should also be considered one of the threats. Talk to me about the squad wearing blue.
Yeah, you know, I have both these teams at 4 and 5 in like my standings. And for the Seattle Surge, I just think this is a dangerous team, great coaching staff, good young talent, and a guy like Abuzah, and you have world champions as well around him who have came back and brought a lot to the table. Illey has performed very well in their first few matches for the squad, and they have 2 tough losses to Atlanta and to OpTic, and you know those are tough opponents. So for Seattle Surge in the Monster Energy pregame, need to get some breaks in hardpoint. 9th in break percentage at 11.1%, 12th in points per break in their opportunities. Listen, they played Atlanta and OpTic. They're on a 4 hardpoint loss streak. A lot of those maps were relatively close, but something that they can hang their hats on is that they've been great in Search and Destroy, especially on defense. 12 and 6 on defense, which is something that's been fantastic for them. 3 and 1 in that game mode. So you expect them to improve when it comes to the hardpoint. hard point.
Allie, while I was prepping my notes, I noticed that Surge has had 4 matches. They're 2-2, and they've gone to 4 map 4s. Never a game 5. Do we get a game 5 today?
I don't think we do. The problem right now is the fact that Surge are on a 4 hardpoint losing streak, and that's happened since their first matchup that they won against LA Thieves. And going against a team like Toronto that seems to prefer hardpoint, this could be tough early in the series for them.
All right, let's make it official here on the desk. I'm going with Toronto. Where are we feeling?
I'm going to go with Toronto.
I'm being the biggest headache for production. I'm going with Surge.
He's collecting the Surgies. All right, let's find out what goes down in this series. It's a best of 5, and it starts right now. Chance, my guy, how are we feeling after the break? And more importantly, is that Bryce Tacular all the way from the UK? How are we feeling, Brycey?
I'm good. I'm very good, thank you. Yes, I got a phone call. They said, can you grow a beard? I said, no. They said, give it a go anyway. You're covering miles. So here I am with the wonderful Chance. Chance, how are you, my friend?
I'm very excited to be casting with you, Brycey. It's the first time in, I don't know, 5 or 6 years it might have been. So be a nice little throwback for us, and hopefully a good series we'll have on our hands as well. I think a lot of expectations are for these two teams potentially to go head-to-head, because Toronto, they have that sort of asterisk series against Boston that sort of gives you the hesitation of like, okay, maybe not a solidified top 4 team. We have more to see. On the flip side, of course, Surge have been looking fantastic, so I'm expecting to be a fun one. That being said, I mean, you got Hydra turned around in his cam, and I think in the league we've had 5 or 6 like 3-0s in a row. So I know lately the state of the CDL has been destruction for one side of the teams.
Yeah, it really has, but I mean, that's what we were talking about before this game, right? This is a great benchmarking game for us. Seattle have lost their last 2, but it was against some of the people were calling top 4, Atlanta and Texas.
Yes.
So for Surge, realistically, this is a great game for them. Have they worked on that hard point? Have they made it better? The S&D is already good. For Toronto, they talked a really big game and then got battered by Boston. Doubts starting to creep in. Is it an asterisk, or is it just the way things are?
I mean, you have to say it's an asterisk just because Envoy, he dropped a bit of a stinker, right? Had, you know, like GODRX had the lowest KD of the year, and Envoy just picked up that like old duo immediately and had an even worse performance. So he's a world champion. They picked him up for a reason. I have like absolutely the highest expectations as a player. But that being said, you never really know, especially with the break, how things are going to pan out. Like, for example, map 4, we're going to sub base. Toronto have played it twice, and they bodied 2 good teams on that map to where they were just looking like the best sub-base team in the game. But now we're like in a situation where we already saw from the first series, sub-base is playing out completely differently. You're having half the number of engagements on this map compared to prior. So that'll be an interesting moment of like, Toronto, can they stay dominant on the map? Is that an opportunity for Surge, who we actually have not seen play on sub-base, if it could be one of their better ones to go toe-to-toe as well? But I mean, just because of the spawn change, the hard point is going to be sort of a question mark in this series. And I mean, even down the map for these two teams haven't played a ton of the Karachi S&D or the Invasion S&D either. Maybe one team is a 1-0 or 0-1 record, but it is very much a series where we're just learning a lot.
Yeah, it really isn't, and that's kind of the key thing for us here is, yes, this is going towards Boston. We are on that path, but how does that path look for these two teams? Before this, and before that Boston defeat, people would have said Toronto was right up there, right? A lot of people thought it was an upgrade. That team should be better. We want to find out what has happened over this Christmas break. Now, I have seen some of the scrims that have gone on over the Christmas break, and I have known that some of the teams haven't had a great time of it. Schedule's not matching up or having more of a break. Some of them have really been on the grindstone. And now is the time when we find out, after what has been 2 or 3 weeks, who's improved, what's changed, now that we've seen maps like Subbase have changed as well. This is one of our few opportunities to kind of maybe reset the board and figure out who's coming out on top.
It really has been like a very interesting start to the year of like, yeah, just because it's such a long break over the holidays and with the spawn changes like coming through. But the start of the years, it's always like the opportunity to get those early CDL points, because we've heard like players talk about it time and time again. If you're on a team and you start falling early on, have a bad record, and you're starting your year in the hole on the CDL points, that's just devastating to you, like long term. Like, you're constantly playing catch up. It makes the mental game that much more difficult. So I think Surge, honestly, might be the perfect example of like at the very start of the year, absolute grinders. Like Arcitys and Illey, I think we're about in every single S&D tournament imaginable. Well, it pays off. They were one of the best, if not the best S&D team over, or like in the game. at the start of the year. Of course, whether or not you can keep up that level of grind over the break into this sort of new split is going to be a big question, but certainly high expectations.
Yeah, there really isn't. And I suppose for anybody watching at home right now, the reason we're talking a lot about what's changed, what's going on, is obviously we've still got a very small sample size of everybody playing everybody else. There are the expected big teams. Toronto was counted amongst them. After that defeat, Seattle, though, you know, they're 2-2, but realistically, their defeats have come at some big hands. And that's what we're going to keep asking as this game progresses is, realistically, is Seattle Surge now better at hardpoint? Have they worked on it? Have they fixed this while keeping that S&D as sky high? Have other teams started to catch up? What was Seattle's very best game mode? Other teams have probably looked at that over the Christmas break. They may have figured a few things out. Will they catch up? Can they catch up? And for us, Toronto are a great team to test that against because we know they're supposed to be good everywhere.
100%. And even just to back-tell you on Surge specifically, I don't know if the spawn changes that like slows the pace of the game down will help them more or hurt them more, because players like Arcitys and Illey, I expect with a slower pace, more time to think, they're going to thrive. But on the flip side, you have Huke on your team. Huke is like the one true SMG player we have in the league right now. He permanently keeps out the rival 9 in a slower pace. I mean, maybe that's not something he'll enjoy, or maybe it just won't stop him. So, yeah, Surge, they certainly have some weapons on this squad. And Invasion Hardpoint, a map where we've talked about it quite a few times, it is definitely of the slower variety. It is very much a map where there are these key moments on big rotations, because there are quite a few money hills on this map that exist.
Well, and after a lot of talking from us, it does look like this game is ready to go. Let's find out how these two headbutt as they go straight into it already. The first kill will be that grenade explosion onto a car.
Yeah, the grenade, and I think maybe some shots coming out as well. That is a cheeky opening break there from Scrap, who turns it into 2. So already Toronto on top of things, get players in the hill, set up that sort of like deep left side spawn out, and inside guns up. Too many players to deal with, but right now Toronto at least know where they're funneling them through. And it looks like they get all the kills as well. Phoenix there for the final wipe on Huke, and yeah, he'll be challenged.
Yeah, they certainly will, and this is a great chance for them as well. You can see them now starting to posture, all about that P2 rotation, getting into the right position here. Scrap looking for the cut, not going to see anybody, and Abuzah already having got through as he looks for the players coming off the respawn. It will be an issue, though. This will be a fight over at that next hill.
This is an important one as well, right? If Abuzah can sort of, tee up and at least get the teammates in for reinforcements, there's the opportunity. It's great teammates, though, coming out for Toronto. You see that trophy system just a little bit too late. Now with Scrap chucking him over, well, I don't think there's any trophies on point either. So this is a lot of white time. Neither team able to collect any. And I'd say for Toronto, happy for the moment, still maintaining that 20-point lead.
Difficult break. You see the flank coming in from both sides, so they're looking for this one as well. Scrap will find one, but his teammates have fallen. There is no opportunity for him there. He needed somebody to find a kill for him, and it hasn't happened for Seattle. This is a great opportunity to really rack the points up.
Surge on point as well. You actually had Huke go on a nice flank towards the middle of the map and try to keep things under lock and key, but looks like Envoy and Scrap battle back. He had Envoy picking up 2 just to break through and get the scrap time. So maybe sort of an even 50-50 situation after the P1. Surge get a decent amount of time, but the score line's still a little bit at their deficit. Of course, though, they are very on top of this rotation. Arcitys pushed up deep on the map for these middle map cuts, and you got guys like Illey just going to be sitting in their new home.
And now the onus falls on Ultra again. Can they get here? Can they break through? Scrap already has found 2. This gives them a bit more map control. An opportunity to find something already. Seattle Surge throwing up the backline, throwing up the defenses, trying to just keep Ultra away from this point.
So far, so good, right? I mean, you got Arcitys just doing a nice job staying alive. Ultra, maybe one player pushed up aggressively to get anywhere near the point, and Illey and Huke there to take them down. So the information game on point, what is shaping up to be a full 60 by Surge, and I mean, not just shaping up, they're going to get it. Arcitys, by the way, flying up the map to look for some cutoffs on rotation as well, and even though he gets chopped down, again, for a full 60, this is 20 still extra seconds Surge have to break down this rotation.
And they're going to go for it as well. Huke on the 3 streak right now. He's going to be looking for more. Inside his lane, there's so many bodies here for Ultra. He has to be patient. There will be no trade if he falls, but he finds the first and the second. He doesn't need a trade. Huke the Nuke got a 5 streak as they try to break through here and get Ultra away from this point.
Yeah, still though, just like that setup around the hill, he got the first 2 kills, but still inside the point. Yep, Ultra players still exist. They are around, so the one time Huke actually pumps the brake and wraps back around, Ultra take full advantage, get a nice wipe on the board, and I mean, now effectively are almost like, what, chalking up old time potentially. Illey really thinking about this future rotation. So talk about this battle he's going to be having against Envoy. Little game of hide and seek potentially in the Palace.
As far away from the point as you can be, but just as important as he wins that fight as well. They're putting reinforcements in Kleenex now. They're looking for Illey at the same time as the spawn comes in. Abuzah burns inside. They're going to go for this scrap time as well. Fights on both sides of the map here. Surge will win the first one, but Ultra will get the rotation. It was chaos for a minute.
Oh, that is, I mean, that's a tragedy on a couple fronts. Like, you had the opportunity for Surge to actually win the rotation over towards P3. Ultra just clutch up and consistently winning the gunfights on the point. And then on the rotation, even when Illey wins the gunfight, Envoy spawns up exactly where he died. And I mean, effectively all but guarantees this rotation for Toronto. So 10-point game at the start of this hill for Ultra, a team like them, you would expect a near full 60.
This is a difficult hill to break at the best of times. And this is not the best of times. Insight still gunning them down. Looks like Surge are going to try and push this, but we know it is a nightmare. It is a blender. It is a place to get your head ripped off as Envoy goes to work. And Illey dives into the middle there, stays alive, but there is no progress towards this point. And the teams are chalking it up. Ultra will now know that Surge have not come again. They'll be looking for this rotation.
Yeah, that's an absolute dagger of a setup. Like, all 4 players, I think, had the MCW in hand for Ultra. And, I mean, Envoy just gets to sit on hill and just be the kitten for the team. Is, again, 10-point gap at the start of the hill. Obviously now a decent-sized lead for Ultra. Still a competitive game, though. It's been a little bit back and forth, but obviously Surge certainly have their work cut out for them.
And they've committed to this. They've looked for it as well. Ultra leading going into the second set of rotations. Let's find out, though, how Toronto Ultra are feeling with the listening.
He's right now.
Bathroom's dead.
Nice. Spawn behind me,
Yeah, I
American.
don't see him in time.
Coming, dead.
Nice, let's get them.
One blue.
Fridge right now. He's just sitting A search.
I don't see the guy.
Good pinch, Cubby.
Try to help you right now.
I don't see the guy.
Spawn American.
They need to be done, though.
Coming.
Nice.
Nice.
I would be done.
We're
One DVD.
Yeah, I'm staying alive. Yo, I'm
Okay.
got me, bro.
I got time. You're good.
Yeah.
This one's blue. They're spawning at me. Oh yeah, 2 fucking back guys.
One DVD.
2 going Lundy, side Lundy, 2.
One's blue as well. Blue really weak.
I can get your beat on in a sec.
Cubby. One shot. 2 of them. He's mid-side time.
Beat on with me. Beat on tank.
I'm on left.
Thank you, bro.
One's P4.
on tank.
I'm running it in back. Wait, 1 P4.
Yeah, I'm probably dead here.
Might be P4.
Pillar's weak though. On tank, on the tank, right side tank.
Tank is dead.
Nice, good shit.
Nice. I'm getting broken.
Yeah, I spawn American.
Go.
I'm getting up, bro. I'm getting out of this one.
I'm in there right now.
One guy was laundry at me.
Ultra calm and in the lead, still holding it down. Seattle, though, will be fighting back for this P2. Let's find out how they do it with a Surge. Listen in.
One broken. On time. When is speed time? It's left side time, okay? Make sure you need the guy. On me.
Jovi on time. He's back right side.
Kill.
Isn't Jamie on time? He's on 5. We gotta play this.
I need time.
Yep, start pushing on the map.
I'm leading this shit. Have a throw.
He's dead.
Not native, bro.
On time, time inside. To their side.
Yeah, I'm on time again.
20 seconds.
Do that.
We should almost close.
Alright, we gotta hold a couple rotations.
Yeah. I'll do that. I'm gonna give them you guys, okay?
Kleenex back left forward.
Seattle struggling here, Chance, not really able to get anything going in the second half.
No, not at all. I mean, you know, maybe a key hill here, like an important moment there, but I think ultimately it's just the slang right now. Scrap is having a field day. Insight currently on a 6 spree, just on pure gunny. Ultra having a fantastic time.
They really are. Surge, though, looking to lock this one down, looking for that hope glimmering, but nowhere to be seen as Ultra continue to up the pace. They are cutting them to ribbons as they find their way towards this one. Abuzah has to win the gunfight, wins one. Clears will go for the chow. It doesn't matter. They have broken this hill and may have broken Surge right out of this map.
Yeah, hard point, little too clean. The victory lap with the cruise missile as well, but nobody home, no one close for the chow. I mean, that is a deep spawn out for Ultra again in hard point, sealing the deal with a dominant win.
Yeah, and you got to say, maybe the first half, it was about the rotations. Surge had it on lock. They got to the positions they needed to be. They held Toronto Ultra out of these points. Unfortunately, that was not to last. Toronto Ultra just put the accelerator on, never really stopped. And now you got to ask yourself, is this where Surge come back? They've relied on S&D time and time again. They must not let it slip now.
Well, and on the flip side too, like if you're going into this match as Toronto Ultra, you're already feeling confident in the hard point. S&D has been sort of their only question mark, and you know if you're playing Surge, they're absolutely going to bring it to you. So I would have to imagine a lot of the holiday game planning for Toronto is going to be focused on the map 2 and 5 and trying to step their game up just a bit. But as we're looking at the stats, again, just on pure gunny alone, I mean, Scrap an absolute field day, 23 kills, 4K damage. The man could do no wrong.
Certainly couldn't, and that's what they want from him. He talks the biggest game in the CDL, and most of the time he puts it up as well. But yeah, this was a very contested map for the most part. You've got to say maybe Ultra just able to really move to another gear, and Seattle Surge, I will say, had a great time when they were doing the fundamentals correctly. Whenever Surge got that rotation, they were holding it, they were getting the points they needed to. Unfortunately, it might have all come back to that fight all the way in Palace.
Well, no, that was actually the moment right there, I think, that sort of messed with the pace of the game. It's when Huke got the 2 kills outside of DVD. You effectively had like a 3 versus 2, and your 4th guy collecting the old time would be there quickly to sort of break that new point. But the final 2 players there from Ultra, only one of them was actually in the hill, completely held off Surge and sort of nullified that 2-piece that Huke got. So I think it was actually that moment where Ultra sort of break that sort of back and forth pace of hard points that we saw. And I think after that, just in full control of the game. And of course, the close palace spawns coming through that Illey was trying to deal with certainly didn't help either.
Yes, it didn't, but this is the game flow, something brand new for us to see exactly how it all broke down, and you can see that turning point. Chance, what do you make of it?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, Bryce, there you go. It was the 3rd hill where you had Surge. Not only did they have a nearly 30-point lead, but they also, again, had a big opportunity to break into the hill as well. Instead, that is where Ultra completely took over and started the comeback. You see they caught up to the 10-point gap, and they did that on the 3rd hill, won the rotation, got a full 60, blew the game wide open. So, again, just a small moment like that, you end up on the back foot against Toronto, you lose by 100 points.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, right? Invasion is just a map that can get away from you if you really do not allow yourself to get those rotations. And even if you just lose 1 or 2, it just very, very quickly gets out of control. But it's not control. It's S&D next, so we will look at how that map is going to play out for them. Surge have been known to do wonderful things on this, but the question asked, are they still ahead of the game, Chance?
Well, they are going to need to be, because I think the most important map, or at least the one we have the most information on for these teams, is the sub-base hardpoint. I know it's new spawns, but Ultra were looking dominant on that map, and admittedly new spawns, the gunfights are still the same. A lot of the hills, like, again, those sort of situations, it might take an extra few seconds to replicate them, but I don't know if it's going to be a radical enough change for Ultra to fall off. So that being said, if the hardpoint I'm expecting Ultra win for the map 4, Surge needs this win. They're going to need the 2, 3, 5. So the bounce back, I think, needs to be immediate for Surge to get back in the swing of things. But I'd say maybe some good news. The one person truly shooting back for Surge map 1 was Huke. He was absolutely doing his best to keep up for the team. On a small map like Karachi, maybe he can make this his playground.
You'd hope so. 2, 3, 5 is calling. Will Seattle Surge pick up the phone? Or will we have a very different narrative running up to Boston? That is the key here. A lot of teams have spoke about this, actually. They don't want to get behind this early on in the season. You make your run a lot more difficult if you cannot find the points and cannot get results, especially if you can't do anything at the events. We know we've had a point change this year, but still, every single map of these qualifiers, very important.
You really just want to sort of sow the seeds of doubt in a team, right? Like if Surge come out and win this series against Ultra, if Ultra on a 2-loss streak to Boston and Surge, that just puts that seed of doubt in the back of your mind, and confidence is king in Call of Duty. If you lose it for a moment, you just might find yourself in a bit of a tailspin. So, I mean, Ultra obviously looked very clean on map number 1. I think they're going to bounce back just fine, but an important moment for both of these squads.
All right, let's find out. We have written it into existence, and we have told you the statistics. But only what happens now will dictate how the future goes. Already you see the nades rocking in for the beginning here. Very important the opening breaks with no trophies.
And that's just good for the information, right? If you get tags up going towards B, you know these guns are going to be posted. ABeZy and Huke working together, but use the nades early on, you might not have enough towards the end. It looks like the smoke's for a bait. And it looks like a couple stuns get rung out. And in the meantime, by the way, Arcitys try to get active. You had CleanX pick him up for the first blood. And it looks like these kills are falling like dominoes. That is Illey for a 1 versus 4.
And Illey just trying to get something going here, but Ultra just picking them apart. There was a double bait and switch, and then he got off with the nade. Illey's still trying to 1v4, but he's outnumbered and not outgunned. And CleanX eventually gets his own trade. But my goodness, you got to say, there was a few things that just went wrong there for them, and Ultra looked very, very practiced on that site.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like a round 1, no trophies sort of clinical approach. You're just using the smoke to bait out a bunch of stuns and nades. You're keeping track of how many get used before you actually jump on the bomb. And of course, when the smoke goes out on the B side of the map, Arcitys, the lone defender at A, starts to get active, tries to make a move, and CleanX just catches him on the rotation. So systematic approach and a perfect first round from Ultra. They get a try off on defenses. It looks like Surge may be aggressive towards A.
Oh, very aggressive already. Bodies being committed. You can see them flowing through the map. Here comes the first shot, but inside is equal to it, and that has slowed them down significantly.
I mean, I just slowed him down. That daggers him. And now CleanX waiting for the kill. Yep, freebie number 2, and a 1 versus 4 this time for Abuzah. And I mean, he's completely surrounded. This is Ultra not wasting any time on Karachi. This is 2 perfect rounds. They have not lost a gunfight. No one has died for Toronto.
And we spoke about the mental game before this. Surge have not had a good time. And even then, you got to say, Ultra looking super confident moving forward. They were hunting there in that last part, just swarming when they realized what the hit coming in was. And for Ultra, if they can get a third here, they could really put the hurt on the Surge.
Now, I guess we get to see if Ultra want to go for the mind games or if they just want to play bully ball. I feel like if you haven't lost a single gunfight, no reason to sort of deviate from your strat, leave CleanX roam over towards A, play for maybe a cheeky first blood, or maybe just fly forward the middle of the map. He's 4-0. He can do whatever he wants. His teammates finally get first blooded, but he is currently making the play.
Already moving, already grooving. Dead silence, looking for it. Scrap will get back one on the board, making it a 3 versus 3. Surge did have that first blood, but CleanX is now hunting, looking for anybody he could find as everything grinds to a halt here.
I mean, there you go. Patience. Oh, and the stun connects. You get the information. CleanX doing everything in this round. Huke has to abandon ship through the smoke, but it doesn't matter. CleanX has just won you the round, unless Illey. I mean, he is a player to watch in the clutch moments, but a 1 versus 3 with bomb down on B, near impossible.
Found one, found inside. Found the second as well. Is he going to wait this one out? This is an opportunity, and he finds inside, but he can't get him down. Goes for Scrap, will get that kill as well. The reach out coming through, and he finds the second, and now only CleanX stands behind him in the clutch. He knows where he's going to be as well. The wrap, the chow, the kill. It's CleanX. Holds it down for Ultra again. Illey had a dream, but that dream was not realized.
Yeah, no, CleanX is your nightmare for sure. A good read towards the end in positioning just for the heads up of maybe he had the perfect timing. By the way, that's good comms, I'd say, from Surge players. Illey did not see Scrap on top of the scaffolding, but like his teammates, I think, caught it in Spectator. And Illey, again, I mean, heads up, incredibly smart S&D player, knows to go for the first child as well because he's expecting the freebie second child on Scrap. So Illey does play that perfectly, but a 1 versus 3 is still a 1 versus 3, and CleanX is that perfect 6-0. I mean, he is having a takeover map for sure.
Yes, it looks like maybe an aggressive push again here for CleanX. Already that call has come through. He may have noticed the gap in the defense, and I think he has as well.
Oh, good God.
Oh, he jumps through, he's been caught. He's going to get taken down. Arcitys just gets the timing on him. Envoy will bring that back to a 3 versus 3. Pressure now on. The main hitman has been taken out from Ultra. Surge have an opportunity.
Oh, hello. Damn. Checks it and everything, and Scrap just guns him down. I was going to say it could have been a freebie in some awkward timing, but it's just going to be Huke and a 1 versus 2. Literally the 4th opportunity in a row for a player on Surge to clutch. And, I mean, there's great timing for a freebie kill. Unless Insight just moves a little bit too fast, or the awareness on point. That is the 3rd kill we have seen from Ultra where you think a player might get shot in the back and they are just 2 heads up. I mean, that's a great replay of Scrap drinking the water because he is I don't know. There's a metaphor in there somewhere. Dishing out the H2O, 2 bullets, 2 bursts. I don't know.
There it is. That could have been a very different round. And again, you are right. Insight turned and checked behind him for Huke, who got the read, essentially. Surge, no luck so far in this S&D. We talked up their game in a big way, but it is not playing out. 4-0 to Toronto Ultra.
And talk about playing with confidence. I mean, Kleenex was top 3 on defense in the first 10 seconds. This time, he is straight through the middle of the map in the first 13 seconds. Like, talking about a team that's playing with confidence, there is no awareness that Kleenex is officially behind enemy lines. And maybe Illey actually right next to a guy on bomb, doesn't check it. He gets blooded. Kleenex for the freebie. And this is, yeah, Surge, not the best SDC of the game. Maybe a top-notch squad, but Ultra right now taking them to task.
Kleenex is finding gaps there shouldn't be. And now for Surge, they have to get through. Inside will come down to go down to a 1 versus 4. It's Arcitys this time, but it's no good. Surge now down by 5 rounds in this S&D, and they have not got anything going for them.
No, not at all. I mean, again, we've had a fairly ridiculous number of 3-0s, like consistently so before the break, and obviously the one we had earlier today. I think Ultra might want that trend to continue, and especially on like the confidence front. You might be geared up going into a series feeling great, long holiday like break, you put the effort in. You're taking a smoking like this. This is going to be tough for Surge to bounce back from. I mean, game's not over yet, but Abuzah on a donut, Huke only a single kill. Every round from Ultra has been nearly perfect. Just looking for number 6.
Now, Kleenex again, feeling confident, but that stun will slow him. There has been some information thrown about here, and Abuzah will get caught. Goes for it, knows where Envoy's going to be. Inside will cut down 2 as well, and only Arcitys left. And the dominoes fall. It is not the first, it is not the last, it is every single one. Arcitys a 1v3 for the dream of just staying in this S&D, not to be in sight. And Ultra, what a bounce back.
I mean, Bryce, there was not an ounce of respect shown towards Surge in that search and destroy. The first 2 rounds went by. Ultra was just perfect. Not a single player lost a gunfight. Not a single player took a death. Finally, a first blood comes through in like round number 3, just off of like the nade, but it doesn't matter because Kleenex, every single round was either flying through the middle map or jumping top 3rd. Again, no respect to their opponents, and I guess no reason to give them a perfect 6-0. They quite literally could do no wrong, and I think it might be the first S&D donut of the year. I might be incorrect, but Abuzah throws his hat in the ring.
Well, word's going to leave me, Chance, if I'm honest. It is not what we expected. It's not what the statistics told us. But that is the entire reason we were talking so much before this game about benchmarking. Oh, yeah. How are these teams stacking up? What has happened over the break? And what have teams worked on? Well, have Ultra worked on Karachi so much they made Surge look like amateurs? Who knows? Because at the moment, that's the story that's being told.
Yeah, no, that is a scary map to watch indeed. I think Toronto Ultra certainly enjoyed their holiday break.
They did. And speaking of break, we're going to do a quick one right now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here at the Call of Duty League right after this.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have had a game on our hands and not always in the greatest aspect. Chance, you were telling me just during the break, we've had a lot of firsts today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was the first 6-0 in S&D, the first donut we've seen a player drop, and I believe the first breadstick as well dropped in Search and Destroy. A lot of players have dropped 2 kills in Search and Destroy. It happens, you get smoked, but the donut and the breadstick a little bit more standout. So Surge looking for the bounce back on Invasion Control. I do have bad news though. I don't know, Ultra, they are shooting. I mean, Envoy had a very poor series the last time he played. He's bounced back. He's looking just fine. That man is a world champion.
Yeah. And hopefully that little 4-minute break we took can revitalize Surge. Yeah, they are going to need it. Tron Ultra heading towards this point already. Straight into B on Invasion. Pretty standard break for most teams. And you can see now Surge will be there to meet them.
I just like the no hezzy strat. Same thing we saw in like Search and Destroy. They are just flying straight at them, already a body on point. Nearly that first segment captured and just guns up, ready to go. Kleenex in the power position, and maybe they don't mind the slow capture when they're getting every single kill. And again for Envoy, there's the bounce back. Nice little 4-0 start in Surge. They can't breathe.
Somebody save them. Somebody help them. Somebody do something. Surge are just being taken apart. B is on. A is now being attacked. Envoy is in the way. Finds Huke as well. Goes for the chow. It's going to be cut down by Abuzah. There leaves one player left under this one, but it is Scrap. And will they run against him? Illey does not get caught sprinting that time. And maybe just a ray of hope here for Surge.
Yeah, Surge actually make big plays on both sides of the map too. So we saw what was going down at the A zone, but you also had Arcitys clutch up over towards B. So that zone not yet captured. Admittedly, if Envoy is shooting like that, yeah, that is gonna fall. 2 minutes now on the game clock. A7 make it 8 life lead, and Ultra, again, absolutely no wasted time. You do have sort of the setup right now for Surge. You get Illey pushed out over towards the bridge side of the map, but if you like lose the fights on the back line, he's just gonna be out of position. So Surge, they need to start winning some.
They do. This is a great setup for them, though. They are deep, they are buried, they are burning time, is what they're doing. They just need some good trades to push them back into it, but Kleenex is fighting all the way out here, and he finds it eventually, but this is what it is good for. Surge are making Ultra dig them out of their holes.
Doing a great job digging though, right? Like 2 players wrapping back to deal with the guy on bridge. So very efficient, very coordinated. Still though, getting picked apart just a little bit. And it looks like Insight with that gunfight win, only trying to keep things mixy, but a clean shot for Surge. You stabilize yourself on defense. Now the lives are still going to be a concern, but they got a nice map spread. They can absolutely take their time, and they're winning big ones now. Looks like Surge might have bought themselves some momentum.
Yeah, this is map control in its finest. They are now able to push back the Purple Tide, hold them back into base, get those kills that they have just bled throughout this control, and now make them work for it themselves. 2 go down here, but the benefit being they've pushed them so far back, they will get to respawn and have another go at it.
And right back to the setup as well. This time Abuzah will be the guy out towards bridge. One guy playing the anchor spot back towards DB, and a little bit of roaming action towards the middle of the map. Huke, a rarity to see him with the MCW, but has it in hand. And I mean, right now, everybody on point. Abuzah on the 5 spree, absolutely looking to get that cruise missile. And for how this round started, Surge have done a phenomenal job of stabilizing and getting control. Just have to clutch up in these final 20 seconds. They'll be good to go.
Yeah, the recovery is wild. Second there, I thought it was going to all be over, but they made sure to play the fundamentally correct control. They dug in, they did not let it phase them, they played the position correctly and took map control away. And Toronto Ultra, for all the bluster and all the bombasticness they were in that first blitz onto this, it has not paid out for them, and Surge will take that first round.
Yeah, and I think maybe even Ultra showing off a potential different look of, like, you know, defensive rounds are going to be king on Invasion. Not the most devastating map for control we've ever seen, but certainly you prefer to be on defense for the round 5. Ultra might have shown a decent look of how to win some of these offensive rounds, of putting the pressure on both of the zones just to force sort of that, like, split defense action, or force Surge to make a decision. Do we chalk up 1 point? And Surge actually get a little bit bold. They try to defend both and do so successfully. And as soon as they sort of get that clearance, they never looked back.
Let's see. For Surge now, the fairy tale story is getting this attacking round. But it is going to be difficult. For every bit that they played that correctly, Ultra will be looking to do the same already. They're putting the squeeze on the beat. Abuzah's trying to play it through. There is a player now going to be on that flank here as well, and it could be devastating. Abuzah, an insight about to go at it. Insight gets that kill as well. Ultra not letting anything go.
Oh, no, I mean, I thought Abuzah saw the guy, like, around the tank. He just let a player run straight through, like, the dark alley and get a freebie kill. So, unfortunate vision, or maybe just some weird comms coming through. But either way, Ultra on defense. A single segment has been captured, and they are certainly applying the pressure. Players pushed up towards dark alley, going on flank. Surge have so many directions to look, and I mean, Illey's able to pick up one, but he is waiting for the reinforcements because Insight was picking up that cut. Surge are very far away from this zone.
Illey getting another one. That's very, very important for them. Surge, this is slow but steady. Trying to get numbers in position for an overwhelming force onto it so they don't get taken out again. All 4 of these players now in a compressed puck towards B. They win that first gunfight, and Ultra may not push this too hard.
Yeah, Surge had to work to get that clearance on the B zone, and still having to work. Yeah, more flanks coming through. Envoy maybe even dancing with the idea, and a big gunny by scrap that opens up the zone. And again, Ultra applying the pressure. Couple key 1v1s coming through, and I mean, you are just right back to square one. You got to worry about flanks from Kleenex. You got to worry about the dark alley push. Scrap on this heady, potentially 2. This might be a devastating round on defense without those segments coming through. Ultra very clean right now.
They are there. ARs are set up completely. They are just cutting them down before they can even look at this point. And there's nowhere to go for them. They've got the flank as well. Envoy is pushed forward. Scrap still sitting on headies. And there is nowhere to go. 1 tick is all that Surge will get.
And that's like going to be a massive advantage long term, right? The defense gets decided by who has like the better objective play, who captures more segments on the offensive rounds. I mean, Ultra up right now. I think they got 5 segments in the first round, at the very least 4. And to shut a team down that badly on defense, Surge, they're either going to have to clutch up on offense or need to respond with a dominant defensive win of their own.
Well, let's see. For Ultra, if they can even just have a round like they did last time, could be all they need. But they were feeling themselves on that break. Will they do the same thing here? Massive overextension, massive push, and aggression against Surge. It's a very similar break, but this time, it might be different from Surge. I don't think they'll commit to the same players for it. Ultra will get straight onto this point.
You think Envoy's going to waste any time here going on the flank? Actually, no. Actually just gets spotted out from players over towards A, so Envoy is certainly going to be a nuisance, but they at least have the information on where he is. I think Envoy is expecting Surge to be a little bit faster than they are. Finally, the kill falls into his lap, but Envoy was ready for that 5 seconds in advance.
And just being an issue for Surge, they had to get him out of there. They knew it as well. It caused them to get away from it, but they have managed to get that player off. That second tick did not come through. Ultra being a bit careful before they commit to this one again. Looking for the numbers. Kleenex goes and finds Huke, does get that kill. Stays alive as well. And with that second tick into B, they're looking to see if they can push. Yeah, there's power spawn, and it's wobbly, but it's good enough.
Yeah, you can just see how much like Kleenex and Ultra value that power position as well. They're happy just to leave one player on the zone to get the capture and have everybody else make sure you keep things under control. So power positions on point. You, by the way, have Envoy completely behind enemy lines. As long as he is alive, he is a massive thorn in Surge's side. So he's not overchallenging any of these gunfights. He's doing the dance, going for the finesse play. Oh. And unfortunately for him, just gets caught on the retreat back to the A zone. So Surge, again on defense, keeping things stable. Admittedly, not easy.
Yeah, for Surge, it's time to break out the playbook, do the exact same thing you did last time. Be awkward, find a trade, push up, take map control, and it looks like they're doing it again here. Will Envoy be that X factor? Can he find a breakthrough? That's all he's been doing, is looking for these plays in the backfield.
Well, he is behind him. No one on Surge has turned around, so the opportunity's still there. Unfortunate for him, though, his teammates lose the first gunfight. Couple trades coming through, but it's not enough pressure for Ultra just to have Envoy force out the spawn trap. He's going to have to make the big play himself. Can't get it done. Illey eventually sniffs it out. Like, hey, guys, we haven't seen Envoy in 20 seconds. Okay, he's behind us. Massive moment right there. As Surge, again, similar setup, keeping things nice and stable, trying to survive for another minute.
Yeah, Envoy, all that time burn, all that time in the backfield to mean they're outnumbered everywhere else, and it doesn't come off. And Surge are happy. They're happy to absorb this pressure. They have the positioning. Abuzah's going to get one. Click, don't take down Huke. It's not enough quite yet. You can already see Illey sitting way far out down that street, meaning that there is no easy break here for Ultra.
I mean, again, this is just like the one-on-one gunfights. You have to, like, you know, win a gauntlet all at the same time. And, I mean, 2 players have made it into P1. Abuzah behind them. And, wow, great damage on the wall bangs as well. So you're just never able to get these, like, clean 3 or 4-man wipes. Another flank coming through, but it is a small opportunity. I think Surge are just giving you nothing to work with.
Arcitys calls it correctly as well, and even with Scrap finding 2, just not enough time. You have to run through the MCW to the Envoy. Might try and make it. Goes for the slide to stop the clock, but he is alone. This will be challenged by Surge. They go for it. Scrap already got this as well, and Envoy's going to be taken down by a grenade, and that will be it. Surge will get that second one on the board.
Yeah, no breakdown in their final moments was Envoy just somehow dances to get back towards that zone. But either way, the situation is sort of what we called after the second round ends. Toronto effectively, if we go to a round 5, should have that guaranteed defense, which just means Surge got to clutch up on one of the offenses. And obviously, if they do it here, they just win. So you don't even have to worry about the round 5. But it should be 2 opportunities to get things done. And of course, Abuzah goes on that 6 spree, does have the cruise missile to play with. I don't know how big of an opportunity it'll be, but certainly something we have to keep in the back of our minds.
Well, let's find out. Let's see. Is there anything? It's another first blood by Scrap.
Skull Locket, yeah, I don't know exactly what killed him there. I mean, like the frag, but did something on the tank explode or something nearby? I'm not, honestly not too sure. Good first blood.
Is it good enough? That's the question. Surge could prove a bit of an upset here if they can find something different. They haven't showed us a lot so far in this control. And Envoy looking to run at them, and Huke cannot find insight. Eventually we'll go down to Illey, but this is slow from Surge again onto this B point. They do not overcommit.
Okay, wow.
Stopped by a door.
I mean, look, doors are strong, trophies are strong. There's a lot of strength in this game, especially maybe the strength of just Ultra on defense. That's a very early investment of this cruise missile to try to just work towards the B zone. So that is not an ideal situation. You don't really get too much off of it, but at least you get Huke in the power position, who is on his 3rd kill in a row. Now is able to get those cutoff kills, but even from the back line, the AR players right now of Ultra, they're finding every pick.
And Arcitys probably sweating a little bit now, knowing all his teammates are gone. That pressure will be on, and Envoy will catch him before he can get out of there. Only 1 tick again. Surge, they're looking pretty solid. They're not making any obvious mistakes, but they're just not keeping up with Ultra. And this is the issue. This is another easy round for them as they continue to just gun down Surge back into the spawn, back into the respawn. And I don't see any hope now in the rest of this one.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is devastating. Like, the game is going to be tied up 2-2, but from what we've seen in these first 4 rounds, Ultra is just sort of clear-cut the better team. It's just a defensive shootout, as we have seen. Of course, though, Ultra will have defense again for the round 5. They have been utterly just, like, exhausting for Surge, I'd say, on defense. You're just, like, stuck in a spot basically the entire round. You need a good opening break for Surge. You need to just get that, like, first 2 or 3 down and really just grab that momentum. Because obviously if they're losing it bad.
Yeah, well, for Surge, it all rests here. Is there anything left? We've said the S&D was their crucial part, but turns out it's going to be this round of the control. Is there anything? Is there a dream that they can live up to here? They have to win an attacking round. They have not got more than 1 tick on either of the 2 before, and that's just the beginning of the journey. For Ultra, not to misplay is the key.
Yeah, and it's also, again, just sort of a slang battle as well, where Ultra are just up like plus 15 maybe in the kills column. Off the opening break, though, I think Ultra may be a little concerned about it. An A hit going to be aggressive, so it's that 2-2 split. So they've given up a decent bit of pressure over towards that B zone. Still, though, the first blood goes to Envoy, kicking things off right again for Toronto.
Yeah, Huke getting on the point, Abuzah getting a kill as well. Scrap just waiting to see if anybody gives him an opportunity. If Huke gets up again for this, he might have it, but no, Illey, that's a huge gun from him. Envoy is weak, he cannot chow, there are not reinforcements here. And they go to chow Envoy as well, and he just can't get him down. aBeZy eventually gets him out there, and this is more ticks than Surge have got in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, might have ourselves a ball game. Finally, some success on offense. And, I mean, they've just been struggling to capture the B zone. Maybe they'll have a better look approaching the other side of the map. But either way, players aggressive, in position, looking for this next set of kills. Arcitys will be that leading man. Might be able to deliver, or they'll lose both the gunfights, and Ultra just sort of push you back once again.
But the pressure is now on. You are right. This could be a better game for Surge. They just have to be correct here, and Ultra must not make a mistake. Huke looking for anything, finds the first one. No, inside, just guns him out of his socks, and that is not what you want to see if you are a Surge fan. The opportunity has been blown away by the wind, and now they are back in spawn.
Yeah, that's the second time of this series we've seen a Renetti of an AR player on Ultra gun down the rival 9 of Surge, and yeah, just right back to square one. CleanX, by the way, not even playing like the bridge spawn out. He is sitting inside a palace. So if he's going to be in that situation, he's going to have your mid-map covered. He's going to have your A Street covered. 3 players on Ultra have to be worried about B Street. That's it.
CleanX backing up a little bit here, just wondering, because if teammates go down, that's what he's thinking. And somebody's already come up here to match him, and doesn't matter, CleanX knows. And now they have to get their own spawn first. Going to find him hiding, and this is all just burning time.
I've never even seen someone play in this deep corner of the map, and I mean, again, it's just, if you spawn up in Palace, it's already a 30-second run to A. If you have to go through B Street, it's a 45-second run, and you have players on Ultra that are just playing in corners around P3. Like, this is hopeless.
It's just so frustrating for them. They're like, we still haven't got CleanX out. He's been here half the game. Huke gets gunned as well. Now he's going to move position, eventually will fall. The street opens up just a little bit for Surge. But with 30 seconds left to go, they need a wonder run.
And they're not even moving. Like, they've spawned up and died so many times that they've made it 15 feet from their spawn location when there's 20 seconds left on the clock. They got to be perfect. Envoy shooting on the flank. Scrap's going to get active, and it's just freebies. Everybody funneled into death in a perfect evasion control effectively from Toronto Ultra in a perfect series as well. I mean, this was dominant from beginning to end. There's nothing more to say.
Yeah, it wasn't. They just gave them nothing. Surge could find nothing. Ultra will take everything in a 3-0 here against them. And we said it didn't look good for Surge on the attack, but it never looked as bad as that last round. They got the ticks on the B, but nothing else. They couldn't even find CleanX for like what felt like an hour.
Yeah, it's like the perfect setup too. When CleanX is in that spot, there's like one single thing Surge can really do on the map, and it's go through B Street. And then I'm looking at the mini map, and players are turtled up around like P3 in like random corners. Like, it's just, that's hopeless. That is a stranglehold of a defensive setup, unfortunately for Surge. They were on the receiving end of that, but just one of those things for Ultra. Again, that holiday break, how much work are they going to put in? Enough seems like the answer. The bounce back series as well is going to be there from Envoy. I saw he dropped 35 kills for the control, so he absolutely responded to his most recent performance.
And that's the key, always judged by the last performance. If you're judging Toronto Ultra, that's a very good performance for them. Taking down Surge on the S&D, though, may be my highlight of it. We talked a big game about their opportunity to run away with a series if they can continue to win these S&Ds. But they showed us nothing, and whether or not that's just being a little bit rusty, maybe, like my casting, because I haven't done it in a while, or whether it is just a difference in play style. But Ultra were confident. Every single step this series, Surge seemed less confident as time went on.
It also feels like for Surge, we could like rewind the tape and we're looking at like their strength of schedule. We see those first 2 series and be like, they need to win those because they're about to go through the gauntlet, and I think the gauntlet delivered. Atlanta, they had to play Texas, and now Toronto, 3 of the top 3, if not top 4 teams in the game. And I mean, all the top squads have delivered. I think the record right now for the top 4 teams versus the rest of the league, it's like 13-1 or something along those lines. So there is a gap right now between the top squads for sure.
Yeah, that elite tier is a little bit different for everybody going through, but I don't know. We said, you know, coming into this one, going all the way back to our pre-game talk, essentially, benchmarking game. For Seattle, it's not a good story for them. It just really isn't. The Surge, we were hoping that maybe there was something they could improve on their hard points, build off a great foundation of the S&D. I don't know whether it was just an off day, whether it was an off day for them, or whether or not Ultra really just had a bit of a blip against Boston. That was the other question we were asking. How do Ultra really look?
I mean, that just makes Boston interesting to watch long term too, because they might be one of those teams that can really take off some series against the top squads. But either way, just replays throughout the series. Again, you're going to be seeing a lot of kills on the Ultra column side of things. Literally right from the opening break of the opening hard point, you're looking at Ultra being like, this is about as good as it gets, forcing a deep spawn trap, setting yourself up on rotation. That is probably one of the closer to perfect series of COD we have seen a team play this year.
Yeah, it was. And I suppose the end of the thing I was thinking about that control is trying to find some sort of difference realistically on the attack for both teams. It is a nightmare for them. Ultra, I mean, for the most part, they didn't really have to worry too much about A in their first 2 defensive rounds. In that last one, we saw Kleenex essentially play with the opposite team. It was moving. It was basically like fight and displace, like that sniper thing you're supposed to do. You take the shot, you move somewhere else, and you just kept playing with them. Surge didn't know whether to commit to getting him out of there or to go somewhere else. You can see them even towards the end of it, just turtling up. It didn't even seem like they wanted to push the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, Kleenex, playing with him in the control in that final round and playing with him on the Search and Destroy to a map that was less than 5 minutes it took for that 6-0 to roll through. But we're just dealing, unfortunately, with some technical difficulties on our end. That's why we're staring at the multiplayer screen, which hopefully going to be turning into that ranked screen January 17th. 5 more days, and I can just dissipate my life away because I'm going to sink all of my time into that. Need to text some people, maybe say some final goodbyes before the 17th and spend that time with the loved ones.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to play a lot of ranked here as well, but I think it's time to bring in our desk to have a little chat. How are you all doing over there?
Excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Brycey, rejoining the team tonight, and it's so good to hear from Chance. But let's break this one down, Alley Cat and Nameless. Toronto Ultra coming off a 0-3 beating from the Boston Breach. Today, they showed that the Surge not necessarily in their same tier anymore.
I need a big red button to just kind of like sound the alarm for kind of a fraud alert when it comes to the Surge here in this series, because yeah, I expected them to lose the hardpoint, right? I felt like this was going to be a hardpoint team going up against a Search and Destroy team, and the toss-up was going to be that control. As we saw, it did go to around number 5. Ultra was able to close it out in the end, but for Surge to go get 6-0'd in a Search and Destroy, what was the only game mode that they had shown any strength in, is not looking good moving forward for this team.
Nameless, I want to ask you about that Search in particular. Toronto Ultra held Huke and Abuzah to 1 kill combined.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Is it just AR prowess, SMGs having issues? What's going on here?
I mean, it's Kleenex, man. That kid's an absolute monster. I mean, the whole team played basically flawless throughout that map, like showing them different looks. We saw the mid push. We had just seen it, in the Atlanta FaZe series, aBeZy going up through mid, playing off those timings. When you have to shift your attention towards a player who's creating so much disruption, it then allows for the other guys to take different angles, right? We talk about a map like the one that they played. When you're on Karachi and you're making plays mid, the other guys can just poke out, overcoup, and find blood. So for Toronto, this was like as easy as a series can possibly be. With Seattle hitting the fraud button, like I know a lot of people are going to be hitting it, but I'm not out on them, Allie. I'm not out on Seattle just yet. I feel like they can still improve a lot. They ran into a very red-hot Toronto Ultra team that has obviously been putting in a ton of work coming off of that loss. I still think that they can be one of the better teams in our league.
All right, well, I was waiting for him to get on our screen. It's time now for our Monster Energy Winner Spotlight with the one and only Tobias, a.k.a. Kleenex, is now on the line. Kleenex, you there?
Yep.
How you doing, buddy? Hello? You came off of this one with a quick 3-0 over the Surge. Did you expect it to be this one-sided?
Looking at them, I don't think we expected the quick 3-0, but from what our practice has shown, I think we kind of expected it. We've been looking good.
Yeah, exactly. And Kleenex, I think we were all kind of surprised we didn't get to talk to you about that last match right before we head into this like 2-week, 3-week break. Kind of, what do you felt like happened versus Boston? Do you think that was maybe just a bad day for you guys, or was it something you were struggling with? Talk to us about that last series.
I think it was a bit of a mix. We didn't play to our best, but we also played a few new maps, and I think we were trying out a few different things, and I think it ended up costing us the series a little bit. We tried to get us reps in Terminal, which didn't end up going too well, and then high-rise control, which obviously didn't end well either. So I feel like it was definitely a mix between the two, just playing really poorly, and also the map set wasn't the best.
Kleenex, you know, obviously you guys had Hixie and now Envoy, and now with all this data and matches that we have with you guys, we know that that position on Toronto Ultra isn't always going to statistically dominate. Now, we saw in the last series you guys had versus Boston, Envoy had a really down series. He wasn't performing that well. What was the discussion like after that to sort of get him going and stay playing like that consistently?
I don't really think there's a discussion. Everyone on the team knows what Dylan brings to the table, and even if you have an off series, everyone just comes back and regains really quickly. I think we all know what he's capable of, and I don't think anyone was even discussing the series so much in terms of like stats or kills. So it's just what can we do better in actual games. So
love it.
Wasn't too much about stats.
Next in this series, though, when we do want to touch on a couple of stats, you went 8-1 in that map number 2, and then 35-21 in that map number 3. You hold a CDL high right now when it comes to Slayer rating as a 96 overall. What is it like to kind of have that consistency as a player? Like, is that something you consistently work on to try and make sure that every series you are playing the same for the sake of your team, or is it just talent at this point? Because you are extremely impressive with what you put on in these series.
I think the past few years I've been trying to always keep up my pace, but I feel like this year I've been let loose a little more with Dylan getting into the team, also just Scrap and Jamie finding their ways with the AR, so I can flex between AR and a sub, whichever I prefer, and I can play at the pace I want. So I think it just comes together. I think I just learned to play a little more, you know, pace variation in a sense over the years. So it's definitely paid off this year, I think.
Kleenex, there's a dirty little rat biting my power cords here in the studio. We got to wrap this one up, but we can't wait to see you later for your 4th matchup. Toronto gets another win. That is going to be a 3-1 record for now. And of course, we got to go to a break. When we come back, it's the final fight of the night. New York versus Minnesota, featuring our screen. You're going to love it. We're back, everybody. Welcome in. The winter storms are raging, but we're partying here as we get ready for match number 3. New York Subliners, the team with the most ice in their veins, going up against Minnesota. Yeah! Will they need that ice? Is there a chance we go to a Game 5, Allie?
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, when we're looking at New York right now, they do, in fact, have ice in their veins. They've gone to 2 Game 5s versus Texas and LAG. They're undefeated in Search and Destroy with 3 round 11s and 2 round 10s. So for New York, we better strap in for a long one.
Let's start here with the Subliners. They are the world champions. They brought in Sib to make this lineup even stronger. Nameless, are they your number 1 team, number 2 team? Where do you have them in your power rankings?
I have them top 3. To be decided in 2 and 3 right now, but Atlanta FaZe clear number 1. But New York will always be a threat, simply because of what you guys just talked about. They're clutching up in the round 11s when you need them to, and you know I talked about it in the top of show today. When you have Sib and Hydra on your team, you're gonna be good at respawn. But when will it happen? So far, we haven't seen it, but we know what's going to happen. It's just be how slow that ramp up is. Will it be Major 1? We'll see when we get there, but I believe in this team. I think at any moment they could take over a series.
I like that call. On the other side, we have Minnesota, and I'm looking at my sheet. They are at the bottom. 0-3 right now. This is a must-win scenario if you want to finish in the winner's bracket. I guess everyone's going to have a pretty good start here come Boston, but looking at this squad, you need to start putting some dubs together. Lynz, Accuracy, Owakening, Vivid. We know 2 of the guys from Boston last year. Accuracy, one of the old leaders in the game. And Lynz, definitely a young talent. This team has potential.
It does have potential. For me, though, I personally wouldn't have put these specific players together. I think they're all very individually talented. Putting them all on one team, though, I'm starting to see the holes and weaknesses when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr. Right now, they're seriously lacking in slaying. They're keeping hardpoints and controls pretty close. Every Game 3, they've gone to a round 5, but they have no steps in Search and Destroy right now. So we need to see what they did with this time off going up against a team like New York that's in the top 3.
Nameless, I have terrible news.
What?
You are now 2 matches behind Allie and I in predictions, and it's about to be
Because you guys can
3.
just tell me now.
I'm going with the New York Subliners. Allie, where are we feeling?
I'm going with the New York Subliners.
I mean, I got to try to catch up, right?
No way.
But it won't be with this match. I'm going with New York Subliners.
All right, there you have it. We're all going New York here on the desk. It's time to get this one going. We got Merc. We got Maven on the mic.
Thank you so much. Getting ready to rock and roll with this map 1, going to Terminal. And Joe, I mean, if you are, you know, all I learned from that death segment is Allie should be a GM or something. She was very passionate. She would not have made those choices, Joe.
Okay.
But like for you,
sure,
you could sort of fix what's wrong with Røkkr right now. How would you do it?
Well, Awakening is not shooting very straight, and I need him to shoot straighter.
Okay.
I mean, just stats-wise, he's got to be the guy.
No, he does though. He does. Like jokes aside, like
no, jokes aside,
he's been Gig Awake, big
like
wake,
a 0.5 in search.
Papa Wake, Daddy Wake. All the wakes, he has been a lord, just still trying to find that kind of in this title, where he is going to be absolutely taking over. We might be hopping into map 1, but if Joe and I are not commentating at the beginning of it, it's because we can't see gameplay yet. So if anyone can hear me on our side, let me know when. But Joe will be hanging out for 1 second here. Can we look through that?
There's like a little one I can see. I can kind of see through this. So yeah, we're just having some problems here. Gonna figure it out. But we're gonna try.
Well, I think Chris Puckett is trying to physically carry a television to me right now. Is what I'm seeing. Thank you for that, Chris. Appreciate it.
Okay, so what? It's a 21-0 start here for the New York Subliners on Terminal.
Hey, those glasses are working wonders for you. You can read that.
Well, that's with the point of glasses.
Yeah, good point, Joe.
Now it's 31.
But you mentioned with Røkkr and you know how they need to turn this season around. I think I asked you before, sort of before the break, like when is that emergency sort of time for you when you are hitting the panic button and maybe you need to make a change? And I think you said like at least till the first major, right?
Yeah, I think you have to at least play it out for a whole stage. Again, you and I talked about it on our podcast. Like Lynz has been solid considering going 0-3. Oh, hello, 0-3, but I mean these guys, you know, yeah, Lynz has been putting up some solid numbers. You look at the Search and Destroy, they're 1-3 in that, so that's got to be a little bit better. A lot better.
Yeah, they've got to pick it up, and that's somewhere where he has been so good too. Like Owakening has been absolutely nuts in that regard in the past. That first blood machine, able to do it. Now I've got gameplay was from the start of the map, so
yeah, no, 60-12 right now for the Subliners. Again, we are trying to look through a small glass window to help you commentate this, so we apologize for everything in advance as the wondrous people in the studio try to fix this for us. So right now, 60-30 from Minnesota Røkkr. It's that one. It's the one
sure?
with
Oh.
this. Yes, it is the one.
I thought I was being told we were starting from the beginning, so that's what I was trying to figure it out.
No, it's that one, man.
Okay. I'm here to watch the replay while it's live, Joe. So I think we're on this one.
Okay.
We're switching TVs. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, guys, bear with us. We're dancing. We're dancing. But now I believe the score you're seeing is 32-6. So we're having some technical hiccups here with our switcher that controls basically all the feeds that you will see, including us in the room. So I know it's been a bit of a circus. Joe and I sound like absolute morons, but I promise we are trying our best. But as we get into this one, Skyz and Owakening both lighting up the feed, longtime teammates, both trying to find their success in different spots. Skyz has found a bit more so far.
Oh, yes. Skyz and honestly Hydra have been the two consistent pillars for this Subliners team. You know, you kind of heard the desk talk about it. They're going to have to figure out their respawn. Their respawn has not been great, but Kismet 5-0 start, looking for 6-0. And it's spoiler alert, because I already told you guys they got to 60, so you knew that one was coming, didn't you? As Minnesota Røkkr going to get this break, they're able to push on through, and they're going to find some of this time.
And Hydra has just been, I don't know if there was anyone worried, like, you know, he had a form he wouldn't be able to match, or if, you know, that was the peak of this kid. He just keeps it going. He's unbelievable. He is a true, like, pleasure to watch.
No, yes, yeah, I mean, yeah, just the guy wins awards. He wins MVPs. There's a reason he's a world champion. Guy's an enigma. That's how I would describe it. Just a great POV.
Wait, is that enigma in a good way? Because you call me an enigma, but it always seems to be in a bad way.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're just special, but in your own way.
Thanks, show him like a butterfly.
Sure.
40-point advantage now for New York. Tons of time here on this hard part. Probably take one more crack at this if you are Røkkr. Trying to hit the pinch on what's that will be. David on the front, his teammates collapse. Perfect pinch. They take it out on the early rotation. On the other side of it was Owakening, but he's going to get caught. A security spawn comes in, though, for number 5 in Lynz. And sometimes that spawn you don't expect. Like, we saw this when we were watching scrims with, like, the changes. Like, that spawn will just sort of happen sometimes, like, whether your team's there or not.
There's not a plane spawn, so for whatever reason, you just spawn back security.
Yeah, that's like the weird one right now that's just sort of like,
Yeah, so this is, you know, since the update. But, you know, teams are aware of this because you and I are aware of this. So you just have to try to get to that back security position. But yeah, as you said, Simp got to Burger 45 seconds ago. He's been hanging out, turning on the grills, starting to flip. The Burger's getting that meal ready.
Just trying to build this lead as much as they can. Simp 3 in a row, make it 4, building towards streaks. As he's still up inside the point, get pushed out. There's Owakening looking for it, able to do it. No streaks through for Sib as he will drop his Owakening. Sends it. They try to play behind this advantage. Røkkr now, their turn to pick up some of this time. Is a nice breakthrough. The headshot starting to ring in there from accuracy.
Yeah, now you can see Hydra starting to work on up inside of Bush. Same with Sib. This is the tough part with Terminal, right? You know, security control is the way for a majority of these hard points. Now you have to try to break one of these spawns, find an opening. There's just not a lot to do right now, as Minnesota should take the lead here on Burger. Kismet's going to spawn up across the map and try to get to his teammates inside a book.
Well, they've got 2 players in Bookwall, make it 1. His accuracy's headshots continue to come through. Lynz catch him with trophy in hand. That'll be an easy one. A couple one-on-ones on the other side of it. The Hydra and Kismet are both able to take. So far, so good for New York to build upon this lead inside a bookstore. Security side spawns thus far for Røkkr. Trade coming through for Vivid as he's able to pick that up, but no pressure on the point. Now they'll start to push on forward. Can you deal with Hydra here at the desk? Well, yeah, you can deal with that easily. One player ripped out of it. Now the contest on through.
Honestly, pretty impressive stuff out of Subliners. They hit the 25 seconds. You had Kismet winning some gunfights, but yeah, those spawns come up right away, and then the pressure is there immediately. But a good job from New York to find that first set of time. And now you can see starting to get pressure through Book is Hydra and Sib, as they know they're going to have to flip for the next couple of hills.
Lynz this 4 streak. What can he turn it into? Out the window, into the yard, looking to play. As he'll get up to top AC and hope to find the angle. What will the timing be like? It's wondrous thus far. 1 in front, the second though through for the trade, so the streak will die there. But so far it's a back and forth affair. No one able to get like a massive advantage. Really the opening like 60-10 lead or whatever. The most success you saw from that regard since then. It's been a battle.
Yeah, and honestly, props to New York for keeping this close because they have not had that security spawn for a couple of hills, but they continue to contest book. They do it again here at P1. You have Hydra just kind of lurking, and Hydra's going to be the key here. If he can get into a good spot, get all the way back check-in, there is still that close security spawn, but he's just trying to be a thorn in their side while they're earning time. If he can stay alive, maybe buys enough time for the reinforcements to get there. And he does. One player going to spawn out. Should be another one. I lied to you because Accuracy and Awakening are still alive.
The headless characters that I saw just freaks me out. It looked so terrifying. The opposite side of the feed, but Hydra will be holding. Still nothing with regards to separation between the squads. You got too deep in security now for Røkkr. They're trying to pinch out and find the opening onto the point. Still a trophy inside. Not able to take that out. It's Big Lamar that's posted up in the backside of it. Another lead change is Røkkr. Now go back out in front. Awakening, who, you're really looking forward to seeing him maybe step it up. He's got a ton of time in the hardpoint. He's got a minute to go there, but sitting at 11-16. Certainly leading the way from a slight regard, but still a lot of time to go.
Yeah, just like for him and Accuracy, who have really struggled numbers-wise, right there ARs, in a game like this, in a post-up, L-Trigger, MCW, I just feel like their numbers should be better, but they just haven't so far. We'll see if it gets better, but right now, it doesn't matter. They have the lead.
Yeah, they do. And that's one of the tough things with forming a team sometimes. Like you form before the title came out, or you don't know what the meta's going to be like or how it's going to play exactly. It can be difficult. That's, again, we talked about in our last series. You are sort of discussing the changes that come year over year. A new title. Will that same team stay on top? Consistency can be so difficult, but Lamar with this MCW. We swap off him to go right over to Big Wake, who's in a tough position, but he'll take one. Nice shots there from Lamar, though, to pick Skyz off the AC. A challenge to the cockpit immediately, but Sib's got the angle.
Now, this is a big point. This is a key point of this match, because if you were Minnesota, you can go for this 40, 35 seconds, try to get this break, and pretty much put the game away. But if it does not work out, you can already see New York trying to get over towards Burgers. Nobody earning time right now. That favors Minnesota big time. And Skyz is still alive, trying to get some help. Hydra is there, but there's nobody at Burger. So the rest of the scrap going to go the way of Subliners. But Minnesota, they were just all thinking about Burger control. This Kismet is here, but the nades connect. So you're going to be within 10 seconds. But again, that security spawn has just been Minnesota's since, what, last P5, P4. So they've been doing a very good job controlling that.
It is sticky. And they're taking advantage of the hold. A difficult challenge on forward, and now Big Wake starting to light it up. 18 and 20, 4 in a row for him. Stunned up, but still up. Nades hitting as well, just trying to hold this angle. Nice little snap. I mean, just weak enough from the nade that he's going to drop. I didn't see how much damage it actually did, but Sky's able to take it regardless. Lynz taking headies clean off. It's Hydra that will get picked. Røkkr looking to shock here in the map one. Just 25 to go for the victory, and you're scrambling now Ski side if you are Subliners. Trying so hard to get on through. Continuing to hold the cross beautifully is Lynz. Him and Vivid lining it up again. 10 points now away from victory. Lynz, another, dialing them up. Everybody drops some Subliners. They're spawning out Skis again, trying to scramble across, right back into the blender, and that will be the map. Røkkr come in and win a massive map one here to kick off this best of 5.
Gaining some momentum, and yeah, it's kind of what the desk talked about, right? The respawn for Subliners has not looked great. They have gone the distance in a number of matches, but they have clutched on up. Their search and destroy 5-0, but a hard point struggling here a bit.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's massive, because like with all the search and destroy success you've had from Subliners, you'd think map one you got to get if you're Røkkr. And even though like I know Subliners haven't been great in respawn, we're still talking about our champs winners with maybe Pack-a-Punch and Simp. Like, they're still a very strong team that can come out and beat anybody on any given day in any map and mode combo. But here, though, it is Røkkr, and I mean, who stood out for you on the Røkkr side is really putting up?
I mean, Lynz and Vivid obviously put up some good numbers there. Both 4,000 damage. Maybe not those are the aggressive sub players, but in this title on Terminal, we're rocking 4 MCWs. We're watching crosses off a spawn. We got security control. We're probably gonna win the map, and that's exactly what they had.
Forever. Yeah, they had it on lock. They will see the success. Now the question is, can they replicate that then into the search and destroy? And I was kind of gassing Hydra during that. I mean, he's a guy that, he's been so good that It almost reminds you of like Prime Scump in the sense of like just like never goes negative. Like even they start slow, like, you know he's gonna heat up at some point. Like he's just always getting his. Like Hydra 13 and 18, like actually, you don't see that very often. And like this is the map. I know it's not.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of creative freedom.
He doesn't 100%. But it's just, I think that is a testament to this map, like him being 13 and 18.
Yeah, I'd auto veto it immediately.
Yeah, because he can't like get loose as much as he'd like to.
I'd veto it. That's what I would do.
Because I think you know, when I was pouring through the stats like before our podcast, like what, right before the break, I think the one thing that really stood out to me, I was looking at Hardpoint, was I think it was Kismet. Like he was just like he was lowest engagements on the team. You know, not being able to be maybe the bulldog he wants to be. And that's maybe with some of these respawns, just trying to figure out where you can really just get Hydra and Kismet popping off.
Yeah, you get them popping off. Yeah, Kismet, I mean, he's just been like in the hill a ton, right? Not really that entry guy. When him and Hydra get going, that is when this team is just scary. But yeah, maybe just playing not some of the maps, maybe just the metas right now in this game, in this title, not the best for them, but I'm sure they'll figure it out.
No, I think that's what they're trying to figure out, because it reminded me of, you know, when we were really critical of like FaZe's Hardpoint last year, through the first major, what was interesting is it was aBeZy leading in hill time, and I was like, what is going on there? That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Like, sort of like what's going on with Kismet right now, like you want to let loose, just sort of soaking up time, not really finding the opening he wants to. So you're still trying to figure out the respawns. Thankfully, you've had the search and destroy to kind of ride that wave and continue on. We got Search and Destroy coming up next as we're working through some of our technical difficulties. Thank you for the patience at home. We're going to head to a quick break. When we get back to S&D, we go. All right, now into the Search and Destroy. Thank you for bearing with us at home. Still working through some stuff, but we love you all, and we'll continue on with the Call of Duty Esports action here for the Call of Duty League at Map 2. Subliners, Røkkr. Røkkr with a big Map 1 win. Subliners now seeing if they can turn this on their head, and they've been so successful in Search and Destroy. Now Hydra, who maybe was kind of on a leash there in that Map 1, he can get rolling.
Yeah, Sib's going to find that first blood from bottom satellite on the Vivid. That's the bomb carrier. And 30 seconds off. This has been a very slow start here for Minnesota. Maybe just trying to get them to over peak, and maybe they do right there. So into a 3-on-3. His accuracy is going to find one to even things up. Watch number 5, Lynz. And we saw this earlier in the match. The one player kind of lurking, but Skyz is able to read it. Such a great Search and Destroy player. Has the info. Bomb is being planted. But you have numbers advantage if you are Subliner.
Yeah, it's like Fame in our first series that was finding so much success in that lurk role. Not going to happen here in this matchup so far. Subliners knock them down like dominoes there in the final 3 and rip that round 1 into a victory. Lovely shots there from Sib, who started the round and closed it out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he had a great map number 1. They don't get the win, but even this round 1 opening, maybe if you had a worry from the first 3 matches, if you were a Subliners fan, right? Sib not really getting going stats-wise.
Like
yeah, you know, he briefly touched on an injury. I don't know. He didn't think that was live, though, so like when he was talking about it.
Yeah, so we don't really know the details of it, but
hopefully he's feeling better.
I think if you are an NYSL fan, you really want to see him playing well. Like he was the upgrade. He was what was going to push this team into the upper echelon. Not that you can really prove much from being champs winners, but you know what I mean. Like hopefully have continued success.
Further echelon of the echelon.
Oh, good point, Joe. Not even sure I know what that word means.
Sounds good though. Bomb planted. One player is still alive. That's Lynz. They just kind of left him top red. To me, this round's kind of on him. What can he find? And well, the answer is nothing. He's gonna have to find everything now because his entire team is dead.
Yeah, maybe in a position to make a play. Oh. Maybe in a position to make a play, but one of those positions where, yeah, you need your team alive, and then once they all drop, it's like not the best spot. Good luck.
Throws a little shoulder here. A little slide straight.
Doesn't end up winning, but the movement was there.
It was there.
Hydra will get the round into kill cam, and New York will continue their search and destroy success.
I can't believe like you kicked a bunch of wires and broke the whole studio. Way to go.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I think I was eating a bunch of beef jerky when things went south, so I don't know if I can be blamed.
Oh. Yeah, but if there's anyone to blame it on, it's definitely you.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that burden. Kind of similar. Lynz will be the island player. Nobody really near him for now, and already some problems on the other side of it. As Hydra finds the opener, the First Bloods continue to rock and roll for Subliners. Lynz's one-on-one will more than likely be with Skyz when that starts to develop on the rotation, but now it's just, you just kind of hold your spots if you're Subliners. You got that First Blood, you're in a good position, the pressure's on Røkkr to make a play, make a choice.
And again, just a very, you stack this B site right from the get-go. If you are Subliners, there was like no presence over towards A. They're making sure they have nades and stuns into that market to really set up this B defense to get Hydra and Kismet into those spots. And now with the man advantage, they're gonna go. You see those two yellow arrows flying. Did Accuracy and Awakening see anything? It does not look like it. There are two players under you. And Accuracy's gonna have no idea.
And Lynz finally tries to pounce, but will it be too little too late? It's Accuracy in a world of trouble, but the call comes into Lynz. Lynz able to make the play. Last one up though again. It's all gonna fall to mighty Lynz with 15 seconds to go. Bomb down in a precarious position. Hydra and Kismet looking over it. You just got no time to work with, and it just seems like Røkkr haven't even really been able to get into their game plan. Like they have a game plan, but they lose a player first and things sort of unraveled.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in my opinion, if this team is going to find success in the CDL, their search just has to be better, right? With this roster, with some of the players on the team, and we just haven't seen it yet. It seems like they're just, I don't know, maybe just not all on the same page, how they want to attack some of these rounds. 2 offensive rounds they've showed us. It's been nothing except for a couple of players holding market for 30 seconds, and you're just waiting on Lynz. But then that nothing develops from that. So gonna have to continue to find something on offense.
I mean, that's the advantage you have on offense, that you're pushing the tempo, you're making the decisions, you're dictating where the plays go down. It just doesn't seem like they're the ones dictating anything on offense so far within this search and destroy. This time, though, at least defensively, you're able to get a First Blood. Vivid will follow that up, so you have a 4v2, and around that you really gotta win. Seeing that you're in an 0-3 hole, at least you got the map 1 victory in your back pocket, but you'd like to at least get something going in search.
I mean, that's all with Vivid. And now Hydra trying to get as much info as he can.
To assassinate him so bad, even though I understand why you don't, but I want it so badly.
Yeah, maybe just not they are losing the match, so maybe not the place to do it.
I know, I just want it, okay?
Yeah, I understand. Lynz, though, lurks up top right again, able to find that kill, and similar to last round, except it's Hydra. 30 seconds left, has to find the bomb in the plant.
He's got a 1-on-2 on this side. I mean, accuracy is not really in the fight. Not going to matter. The first gunfight will not go his way, but I was thinking if he could win that one, he might be able to give himself a quick one-on-one into another one-on-one. There was potential for it to happen, but it ends here. Vivid ready and waiting with the rival. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Close out the round. You get one now up if you are Røkkr. Finally something, but still, I want to see something on offense. This is where they've been kind of stagnant, stale. You haven't seen them really get into what I'm guessing they want to do. Let's see maybe if this time they can be a little more decisive. You got 3 in a row for Lynz and Vivid as well.
In last round, I mean, yeah, it was Vivid we talk about pushing the pace or finding an opening. He was the one that did it. Found the first 2 kills, ends up getting 3 in the round. And maybe it's a guy like Vivid who can be so quick, can be an entry guy that you need. Looks like the switch up is Lynz through middle. But again, they just kind of get to this spot, and we're gonna hang out.
Accuracy nearly with a nice opener.
And they don't know, but B-bomb site's wide open. They don't know it yet, but NYSL is like, they're not going to go B again, are they? They 3-stack over towards A. You don't have the bomb planted, but you have B control.
Yeah, I mean, that control is sort of disappearing now as the rotations come in pretty heavy now from Subliners. Especially with Lynz, going mid-map and not really showing any kind of tacticals or lethal towards A. The rotation comes in fast. Now Lynz mid, he's on 3 in a row. Can he be a playmaker? But working the flank, keep an eye on Skyz now. Number 4, it's picked up fast by Owakening, who should now have eyes on this. Yep, he'll get the spot there on the flank in the push through. So him just being top 3, that's going to delay any kind of setup there from Skyz. He'll now cut it through mid.
Corner from Lynz as well. I mean, that okay, so he does not see him. I don't know how, but Lynz was in a bit of an off angle. 20 seconds left. They find 1 kill, but Lynz is able to pick up Skyz, so we're into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, it looked awkward there for a second, didn't it?
It was very awkward.
He just sees his gun sticking out. Kismet takes down another one. Accuracy, now 1 versus 2. They're on the defuse. Peeks out, it's accuracy. What do you know? The guy's got a couple clutches in his day. Another one tallied up. There's a 1v2 in a second round for Røkkr. Bails him out from a bit of madness, but he's tucked away in his spot, and they're lining up once again for Lamar.
Yeah, kind of going to that same default. The only difference, you have Lynz middle of the map, but this time it's the first blood out of accuracy that starts that B push for Røkkr. Then they get the bomb down, and it gets a little hairy, but 10 seconds left, and accuracy is just like, forgot to check this spot. I'm gonna just.
I got worried, like, usually when it's one of those things where someone kind of slips through in a weird way, like, yeah, you might get a kill or 2 when that happens. But not too much went down. I think Lynz ended up falling up with the kills. Things don't fall apart. Owakening, still his struggles continue. I know you brought it back, but you haven't got a kill yet. We'll see if he can start to get things rolling as we get maybe a little bit deeper into this one. As unfortunately, Joe and I have lost our feed again. 1 sec. All I can tell you is that there is gunfire going down because I can hear that. Hey, Joe, you want some beef jerky? I got a couple in my pocket.
No, I'm good.
All right, well, I grabbed 4 from the kitchen just in case, Just in case you have
in case of what? Why do you have?
In case you have an emergency, which just seems like it's an emergency, so I should eat some meat.
Right. That makes sense. That's good thinking. You are a guy and an intelligent person in case of all the emergency situations.
Well, I got 4 pieces of jerky.
Well, right, you're a big guy, so
yeah.
If you need enough protein. Again, sorry for everyone at home. We're just having some problems at the studio. Maven and myself do not have a feed to talk the game about.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't know the technical term from it. There's something called a switcher, which kind of controls all the things, so all the different angles, all the different camera things you see at the replays, the gameplay, all of it. It's having some issues right now. So when that's the most important machine probably here. So when that has issues, yeah, we're trying. Yeah, so I think Jordan's going to go quiet for a second. You guys can enjoy the gameplay, so we're not just going to ramble over it. Enjoy that, and as soon as we get a feed to commentate over, we'll be right back to you. All right, I think we're good. We got gameplay back at R. I think we maybe missed a round or 2, but I enjoyed the sweet and sexy sounds of a search and destroy on Karachi.
Yeah, there's nothing like this sound of rats just scurrying across the floor. Let me tell you, it's very succulent.
Succulent isn't the word I was going for.
NYSL up 4-3. Don't know how they won that round, but it looks like Sib and Kismet got 2 kills.
That is a very good breakdown, Joe.
That's what it's about.
Advantage of Subliners now on offense. We haven't seen a lot of action towards A. Well, you guys may have, I don't know. But we're going towards A here within this round, and it's Lynz making sure that slows down. He'll find the first blood, trying desperately to bring this back to a 4-4 in the search and destroy. Sib, though, the equalizer. To a 3-3 we go is Skyz.
Yeah, watch Kismet. Look at number 3. Look at this opening. I think Accuracy thought maybe he had this area, but Kiz may have a freebie as Skyz almost loses that gunfight onto Vivid. Sib with another one, and then Kismet's like, I got the last kill, guys. Don't worry, NYSL up 5-3.
A round away from bringing this back to 1-1 after the tough loss in that opening terminal hardpoint. Yeah, I don't know what Skyz's gunfight was like. We saw like the tail end of it, but yeah, he was like scrambling away post bomb plant. We come back to what just looked like a big mad hip fire from his MCW. But he gets a bomb plant, he's able to take one after, and I think the pain that you were worried about coming through from maybe a Røkkr opening doesn't end up happening. So now Røkkr have to rip off 3 straight. Big Wake did get on the board with his 1 kill, but Sib's popping off. He is 9-4, 4 in a row. My guy knows how to win his ones.
And the same sort of default here for Røkkr. This time you do have Lynz going towards the middle of the map.
Surprise!
It's a market push, and Kismet's going to find the first blood.
That was, he is 7 health. That was a much closer gunfight than I first realized.
Nice nade, though, from Lynz. That is from P1, from middle. So he's going to get a call out that Lynz is mid, and maybe through that kill cam, they try to push this player. But Hydra's just going to back down, and we're into this 3-on-3.
So Lynz will wrap out of mid. Well, he has listened to his teammates drop as that was Skyz with the shots onto Awakening. Accuracy and Lynz looking to clutch in this 2 versus 3. Otherwise, we'll be at a 1-1 series count. Bomb now going down. Accuracy has 1 clutch so far in this one.
And again, in this position, you're relying on Lynz here. This round is on him. If he can get 1 and waste time, that is the biggest win for Røkkr. His accuracy kind of knows, hey, I'm leaving this up to you. I'm going to play my life. Doesn't win the 1-on-1. Hydra gets the better of him. Now a 1-on-3 for accuracy.
Lynz's desk for a little bit, but Hydra took it over. Now Accuracy, how many times has he done this? Can he do it again? The Iceman.
Everybody
looking to clutch on the defuse, going to check, not going to happen. Skyz with the read, and NYSL continues their search and destroy dominance as they get the W there, and it has been their bailout. It has been what has kept them as one of the top teams. I mean, they're faltering a little bit in search and destroy, and I got no idea what we're looking at.
Is that us?
Yeah, I think so. Are we back? See, now people can see it. I just see a pocket full of jerky. You never know where you're gonna need it. I wasn't kidding.
I'll take one.
There you go, buddy. Just in case of emergencies, I got them stored here, Joe. Don't worry.
No, I got one as
well. Got meat in one pocket, Sour Patch Kids in the other. Oh, okay, so I just learned that you guys aren't seeing us right now. So just know that I just gave Joe some beef jerky. So now looking through the stats, Sib, monster map, goes 9-4, really damage output there for the entire squad. I mean, Lynz was putting on, but not a ton of output outside of that on the other side.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, very limited Røkkr, right? You kind of saw what their idea was. You're relying on Lynz. I would like someone like Vivid to get going a little bit more. The 1 round he has 3 kills, they win. That was it. It was just only 3 kills throughout that map. So you take that round away, and he really struggled. But maybe giving him a little bit more freedom, maybe on an attacking round with the aggressive player that he can be. But Røkkr's still got to figure this out.
Well, series is tied up 1-1. S&D win there for NYSL. When we get back, we'll head to the control. For now, we're going to a quick break. We'll be right back. And we are back here with our map 3. We are tied up 1-1. High-rise control now to be the swing game. Decider, who takes the advantage now going forward, is the pull-ups from Hydra, the position from Hydra, and a headless accuracy challenging from top heli.
No, it's, yeah, definitely correct. All those things were correct.
Thank you.
3 to go down now. Make that 4. So Røkkr with a nice start here on their attack. You have 1 player on A and 1 player on B, and then Lynz just trying to find some spawn kills, but does get taken down. And as we know on high rise, things just tend to blow up.
Yeah, everything could explode, Joe. Everything. You think it can't? It can't explode. Skyz now looking to finally get out of his spawn, maybe adventure a bit. Nice shots, almost the second. Not quite able to do it. Just a flurry of battles there around the B point. Røkkr back onto it for a second. Still got a minute to work with. Just trying to keep them honest at both sides. Deep shots once again from Skyz as you're still trying to work forward here if you're Røkkr. Maybe apply the pressure towards their spawn. Lynz is not quite able to do it, but his big wake all the way from deep. Taking the fight as Lynz gets onto the point.
Yeah, nice shot by Kismet, finds that kill and then immediately backs away. So both teams doing a good job working this B objective. The second take does not come in though. You can already see Kismet wins another one, dealing with the progress. Does get taken out as Owakening starting to get going.
I don't know why it looks so funny. You know when you have a nade, you're cooking a nade, right? And you get caught, and you sort of panic and throw it. The sound that nade made when it dinged off the map. That was so good. Oh, so good. B point is secure now. Just A to battle against. 4 life advantage here for Røkkr. As ring around the rosy we go. As they search for these openings. Awake just taking his time, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught sprinting. He's able to find a kill. That puts him to 4 in a row. And he's trying to pick it up. I mean, the search and destroy didn't have a lot going for him. The one kill, 2 kills he ended with in that search. Trying to make more of an impact here as he is 1 HP and he is dancing.
Yeah, and him and Vivid, they need to stay alive. This is the issue right on high rise. If you go 3-4 dead on attack, you're just stuck in your base. You're put in that trap. So Vivid and Owakening, buying time for their teammates to come off a spawn, finding a kill, staggering maybe the setup in New York, and putting all the pressure, all the eyes kind of on them. But Kismet continues to find success near the top side of the map as he was on 4 in a row before getting taken down. But Lynz an accuracy to turn this into a 9 versus 12 with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, one would certainly potentially go down to the wire. Lives relatively close. Time is dwindling. Vivid is hitting. 4 straight for him. Oh! Physics, you know? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, no.
What's up, Sir Isaac Newtons?
How you doing?
That is a tough one. 20 seconds now to go. 5 lives remaining for New York Subliners. Awakening, trying to get through the cross. Not going to happen. Simp and Hydra, they line it up. They bring it back to even. It's a full feed there for New York. 5 versus 5. 10 seconds to go. Haircuts, courtesy of accuracy, but he can't get the kill. It's been a flurry. 6 straight now for Subliners. 2 seconds left. Nobody there. Subliners in the final moments find all the kills. They take the round. And Vivid's nade was spectacular.
I'm not saying that was the moment it kind of went horribly.
It wasn't his fault, but that was the moment it fell apart.
Yeah, no, it did start that way because after he gets taken down, they're not worried about that player in their base, and then it is just a clean 4 dead. And it's what I said. I mean, you know, 5-5, but the time running down, you have to try to get across the map, and just not able to do so. A couple of opportunities there for Røkkr, but New York clutch up on defense.
I was really hoping Isaac Newton was one that dealt with physics and not like the astronomer. I forget, dude. That's all right. There's a lot of scientists. You can't remember them all. And in round 2 now, it's New York. Trying to get a ripping and roaring off the round 1 win. The defense steadfast so far today.
It's just kind of battles kind of all over the map right now. Civ and Kismet need to find a couple of headshots, get right onto B. You hear that trophy go down. Vivid trying to find a kill, but not going to happen.
Skyz starting to rip though. 5 straight for him, up to 10 and 7. You see that killing spree pop up. Top middle of your screen. Skyz hungry for more. Now a trophy for cover as well to gobble him up. I don't know how much it's helping because it still feels like he is taking damage.
Well, he is. Yeah, he's taking damage. But the good thing for him is his teammates are watching over him. Now you're going to have Hydra all the way pushed up, spawning them behind the hut. But he does get taken out. So we'd love to, you know, get done with B, then transfer over towards that A point. But you're already going to have Awakening and Vivid through. But B done, 2 minutes to work with. A nice offense so far for New York.
Oh, those fights on the railings, you know, it's like, is aMeZy going to exist? I have no idea. They are very, very difficult.
No. Might be Sir Isaac Newton's fault. I'm not sure.
Could be that guy. You never know. But did not look like the most fun of gunfights. Skyz now, though, popping back up, looking to pick up right where he left off after the 5 spree, but it's not going to happen. As it's accuracy that's got the angle. It's accuracy that's got the beams. He's -5 currently, but making some play here in the middle of this round. Now, first point done. 1 bit of progress done on A. Lynz here defensively on 3 in a row. He's having a map, 14 and 6, but I don't care how much you have a map individually. You need to get some round wins, and there's a lot of time here for Subliners to maybe take a 2-0 edge.
Yeah, it's a nice position from accuracy, right? Just cutting off the spawners, just allowing his teammates to come off spawn and get those players off A. So some big gunfights from him. That allows Lynz to get aggressive. Awakening now defending this A point. You can already see Simp and Skyz just kind of slow down, allow Hydra and Kismet to come off a spawn.
Yeah, Lynz starting to flirt with some streaks, but we'll see if he can get there. Layer in the map as Subliners, they start to work close, but the MCWs of Røkkr continue to hit. Just getting the clutch kills to delay this, but it just takes 1 moment. 5 in a row now for Lynz. Nearly the 6, nearly the cruise, but Kismet cuts it short.
I'll tell you what, but outside of Lynz, who is inside of generators, you've had nobody really get aggressive. You've kind of turtled back here if you are Røkkr. Is this going to hurt him? That's the question. That's going to be 2 dead. Vivid now had to jump out the window. Simp's going to get spotted. Doesn't matter. Gets the kill, plays his life, has the trophy, kind of doing it all. Just needs some help. But yeah, you had nobody from Røkkr get aggressive towards helipad, trying to find any map positioning. Will that matter? We'll see.
It stopped at 28.8 on the clock. They clear him out for a second. Yeah, real close to that 2nd bit of progress on A, but you couldn't quite get it done. You hear each second ticking away. Hydra just trying to get angles from top heli. Can he be the playmaker that they need? Looking everywhere, finds one. Crisp shots there onto Vivid. Onto the point they go. Progress is a stacking. A big kill from Skyz. Still onto the point. Kismet finding another on the edge. You're gonna have a 1-on-1 here, likely the big one. Hydra, accuracy. Hydra able to win it. Stunned up. The contest is in, and you're so close from getting it done. But now the 4 versus 2. You've got Lynz, you've got Vivid, trying to close it out, trying to clutch here in a big round. Lynz just laying up top. Someone's got to be there for the contest. Lynz is going to pounce. Last one up, can't get it done. New York take a 2-0 edge now in this control. It's a wild and a wacky one at the tail end of it.
Sure was. You just had enough time, right? You had enough time. There's still 15 seconds left, and that's just props to NYSL. Always getting on the point, stopping the clock. You saw the way kind of Lynz was just sort of lurking underground. You had accuracy underground. As soon as they got to that point, that's when that push starts. But I think New York, they did such a good job just getting to the front windows, being annoying, finding players off a spawn, just draining those lives.
Yeah, and that was like, dude, that was so close. Like the first kind of grasp for it. They're like a centimeter away. You clutch up just enough of your Røkkr, but just not the lives to deal with it. Now you got to win 3 straight if you're Røkkr.
This guy's 21-9 and they're losing by 2.
Yeah, it's always weird with one of those things, like, you know, in Hardpoint it looks real weird, but like in Control, like, you know, playing your life, like life has a different value, right?
Sure.
So you like think that's like good, but it's just tough. You're an 0-2 hole. Like, what's everybody doing? I'm double positive.
Yeah, I'm cooking right now.
Whereas I think if you like see a Hardpoint, like we call it sell sometimes. The guy's triple positive or losing by 100. I'm like, what's going on? But in Control, like, I mean, you're like leading in engagements. You have the most kills. I don't know what you point out there exactly.
When he was the only one really on their defense, just getting pushed forward, cutting off the attacking players, where everyone else was playing a little bit safer. As Røkkr getting it on a B, stop the clock. Most of New York gonna push up as Hydra is gonna find 2 off his spawn and gonna let his teammates deal with this.
He's succeeded. Lynz is locked, bro. He is locked, and he's making play after play with this rival. Just will be enough to maybe bring them back into this one. Another 1-on-1. So he's kind of lost the game assist there for a second with the tower, and a tough gunfight for him. Over to Wake we now go. Common frantically. Big Wake's struggled in this series so far, hasn't really been able to have the impact he wants to. Granted, it's a very difficult matchup, but you've got 20 seconds left now, and there has not been an opening. You are getting shut down, you're onto the point, you're finally able to stop the clock, but this has been a good defensive effort here for New York.
No, Daz, finally you do get someone there. I was going to say, what worked out well for Røkkr that first offensive round, even without trophies, right? They were just always on that point. Maybe just winning a couple of more gunfights. Absolutely, 10 seconds left. Lynz is trying to find something, but he's going to find a teammate stun that's going to take him down. Maybe you get to A for a moment. You do. You have 2 players on it, but now they are off it. NYSL now up 2-1.
Yeah, no, they weren't there very long. They got there for a second, but did not last. A very dominant control. Hydra is just giggling. So is Skyz. They're having a lot of fun getting that win. And I mean, I think that's one of the strong suits of this team. I think when we had Skyz on the podcast last year, sort of talking about just the vibes and stuff. Because remember, like last year, how it was that, you know, they win that first major, then it was sort of
a roller
backtracking and a roller coaster. And sometimes, like, listen, you don't have to, whether it's sports or esports, you don't have to get along with your teammates. You don't have to vibe. You know, you just need to work well together. And when you get into the gameplay, but sometimes in the tough moments, I'm sure it helps to just have a vibey squad that enjoys playing together.
Well, I think, you know, winning, losing, they just always look forward to jumping into the office, practicing, being around one another.
Yep.
And that helps the sort of team environment. As stressful as the year can be, depending on the sort of dips that you have throughout the year. But no dip on this high-rise control. Because, I mean, Lynz, yeah, 24-11. Great map for him. Rest of the squad struggled on the other side. Much more balanced effort. Simp and Kismet, I think yeah, both of these players who maybe we've highlighted struggling the first couple of matches, they have really stepped up.
They absolutely have. But it's just interesting to think about. Sometimes I'll think about, like, you know, if you're a viewer, or even like us, sometimes like, we'll watch like scrims, but they're not streamed as much. Like this, playing at this level is a job, but like this isn't the job part. Like playing your like qualifier matches and playing at the events isn't the job part. It's like it's the scrimming. It's the playing 8 hours a day. It's the tough part that you don't see. These guys put in a lot of work, man, to try and stay on top. And I mean, there's obviously a target on the back end YSL. They had a lot of work to do. They took it home last year. Can they do it again?
Yeah, and again for Minnesota, I think, you know, round number 1 was winnable. Round 2 on defense just felt like they turtled, right? I mean, you saw even in that round 3, every kill New York got, they were trying to push up the map. They just gave them so much room and space to work with outside of Lynz cutting them off middle of the map.
Yeah, I know we talked about that. That turtling was more kind of back when we had CTF. Like I just remember back in like World War II, like we talked about. It's just like a team. If they're playing scared.
No, I'm not. Just again, maybe just different philosophies how they want to play this map, but just feels like I think.
Tell you like Lynz, do your thing. We'll be here.
Just like that. No, honestly it was. And yeah, again, just maybe just not on the same page with how they want to play things, and Røkkr, you know, struggling a bit.
Okay, well, they at least got that map 1 victory, so they're still in this series. We'll see if they'll be able to take another hard point before we, as we get ready to head into the map 4. But New York, I mean, yeah, it's been, that's where the success has been. You know, you get some control wins, you get the search W's as they push out to what, like 6-0 or whatever it is now in search and destroy. They've been solid there, and I think it'd be, what, if we go to a map 5, I think it's high-rise search to close it out.
Which, I mean, we were talking about
Hydra's got me
the smiles and everything on one side, but the other side, it's not so much. It's very, I don't know, in the blender?
That looks like a very frustrated.
Max setting?
Yeah.
Crush the ice up type thing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, and this is where, you know, the one person talking right now is accuracy, and I think he's the guy you're going to rely on to be a leader in these moments. He's been that for many teams. He has a philosophy, a way he wants to play the game. Now they're starting to kind of chat through stuff, but I kind of like to see that. At least like when you're frustrated, to be talking kind of about what we're going to do or what went wrong. It was just those moments where it's just nothing, bro. No one's saying a word. And honestly, we can't hear. There could be like a coach in their ear, but they're all sitting there listening too. So don't take, you know, what we're saying as fact necessarily. But it looked like 4 dudes that are very frustrated. But they could also, be listening to a coach who's breaking stuff down in between maps.
Yeah, going over breakoffs for this hard point, but
it looked like they were seeing their futures, like
demons in the closet. Yeah. I don't know. There we go. FaZe spot's going out. Game.
Here we go.
Low none up. Over to Invasion hardpoint.
Now Røkkr. They take both these hardpoints to get this to a map 5. We'll see if they can do it here. But this is more of a map, you know, even though we've seen so many ARs where, like, you think Hydra, who is really frustrated maybe in map 1, like, you can get loose here. Like, he could find openings. It's a hard map in the sense of, like, it's a lot of long lanes, a lot of ARs, but, like...
There's more creativity.
There's more, yes.
Yeah, finesse ability.
You can find some gaps. You can get mid-map and be a real pain in the ass, Joe. So, we'll see if Hydra may be a little more fun than he had in map 1, because our, God, maybe MVP of the league, one of the best players we have in this league, kind of held down a little bit in that map 1.
See if Røkkr can get us to a game 5. Kismet right off the start, that rival into the hill. Able to find 2, find that time, but nice trades from Røkkr.
I mean, Kismet's doing kind of what I want to see, because it's back to headbutt stuff. Getting into with a rival, getting mixy. You know, Hydra's going to be wanting to do that same thing. We'll see if they can be on the same page throughout the course of this, but he just might have stunned it and jumped right into his own stun. But the challenge will come through. He will fall. Simp tries to follow it up. It's just a mixer around the hard point. Who will be left standing at the tail end of it? It's Lynz.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. We'll see the way York wants to play this. I imagine Skyz going to try to take a long route here up that water street. Now, you obviously have Sib in P2 control, but really what most teams try to do is control the top right side of the map for P2 going into P3, trying to flip them over towards Palace. Where Owakening just spawned, that's not where you want to spawn, but luckily for Røkkr, Lynz and Vivid did spawn up right before the hill pops, so you get them out, and now you can have a pinch of your own, but the time going over to NYSL.
I'll see how long they can sustain this hold. Angle there from accuracy, he's able to follow it up. Nice little snapback and a great read there to pick up the second player. And then I think Owakening spawns in that exact position. Now to Vivid we go. 3 in a row for him. Next gunfight, not really much of a gunfight. Hydra rips his head off before he can react. Over to accuracy, who is flowing there for a moment, but the flow will be shut down. Tail end of this time looks to be going to Subliners. What do you see on the minimap for the upcoming point jump?
Yeah, this is what you want if you're Subliners, right? Controlling this street, you have 3 and 4 Kismet and Skyz rotating over towards P3. Keep them trapped. Back Palace, every single kill just makes this rotation so far for the team spawning on the left side of your map. And right now, it's going to be Minnesota Røkkr, but nobody in the hill. Nobody in the hill, and you have one player getting on through. That's going to be accuracy on the time. Maybe some miscommunication there from NYSL, but...
Yeah, he just waltzed up that gay street and just got in the hard point. It seemed to be a miscomm, or just a misread on a spawn. Because I didn't see, I was so focused on the early rotation, I didn't see how accuracy just got there for free, if it was a fluke.
Well, it doesn't matter, because you have Sib on 6 in a row, Hydra finds another one, and they're into the hill.
Okay.
The break.
Sometimes the individual moments will outweigh maybe a misplay. Hydra trying to send it on forward to the deep tank, wins that, hipfire will hit, and the snap will be there as well. Owakening posted up deep, but nobody really close to the point now for Røkkr. So you're going to let these final 15 or so go the way of New York, and that'll be a lead change back into their favor. You see the lock pop on the minimap. Near next will be accuracies. At the help of Owakening, you have your ARs in position around the point. You want Vivid and Lynz to be able to get out, be free, and get nasty.
Well, you want, I mean, really, Vivid's position is key here, because what they want to do is flip them towards the right side of your mini-map, right? For Palace coming up, we know how difficult of a hill Palace is to break. It is the money hill.
Unfortunately, Lynz popped up on that side, and right at the same time, Vivid died. So the exact opposite of what you said they wanted happened, and you'll continue to kind of maintain that left side. Now it's 8 in a row for Sib. It's 6 in a row for Hydra. Combined, they're, what, 20 and 9 on the map. They have really, really started to heat up here.
Yeah, and right when you're a team like this is where you have to make a decision. Do we want to try to rotate the Palace? We just go for the scrap time. And I think most teams just opt to go for the scrap time. You might as well find some points where you can. 10 in a row for Sib. It finally does end. But NYSL, objective done. You get some time at P4. You have spawns for P5. Everybody gets to sit on a heady just like this, and good luck to Røkkr to break this.
Yeah, probably one of your better sequences we've had so far within this map for this setup now for NYSL. But that said, now you've got to hold, because I think, you know, Palace has become, I don't know, more breakable than maybe originally thought. It's still very difficult, but we've seen people find openings. Can you do it here if you are Røkkr? Subliners looking to make sure that is not going to happen. And Sib, who has been shooting absolute laser beams. Nice back down a reach out, by the way, there. Like, I thought he was just going to take the fight. Little slide to reposition. Sib is individually, he is nasty.
Yeah, I mean, just showing his talent this series, right? Some of the worries, maybe not the best stats the first couple of weeks, doesn't matter. They're 3-0, but in this match number 4 for them, he is going off. Vivid does sneak on through. It looks like Skyz may have an idea of it, and he does. So nice heads-up play out of Skyz. They get the full 60. And now look at this. You already have Sib all the way across the map, and inside of P1 is Kismet. A nice transition here for NYSL. This is what we expect from this team.
Yeah, and this is one where it's like, yeah, do you have that kind of snowball effect where, yes, it was a close game around 83-83, but you saw the kills were really starting to go the way of Subliners. They were really taking an advantage, kind of that overall plus-minus, and usually, like, the more the game goes on, that will mount and mount and mount. Or is it a scrappy one where Røkkr, despite the fact they're being outslayed, they can get it done in the objective? As we have another big fight here at our central hard point. Always going to be a tough one to secure a lot of time, but yeah, I mean, usually just when one team, every player is negative, it's gonna be hard to find time.
I mean, you had a 10 spree, you had a 5 spree, now Skyz is on another 5 spree, just kind of taking turns, going off, showing their individual talent on this team. And yeah, you have a couple of cruise missiles to work with.
You have 2, 3.
3. Yeah, 3 of them. So, unfortunately for them, if there's 3 trophies, they don't mean anything.
Well, I mean,
but yeah, at least you have it.
I think you've done a good job of calling it sometimes. Like, even when there's a trophy or something, like, it makes people reposition. Because somebody may not have a trophy in a different spot. They think it might come for them. You've seen them reposition, allows an opening. Like, it's kind of hard to tell the impact they have sometimes, right? You're sort of staring at the minimap. But still, 3, I hope he gets some use out of 1.
Yeah. Give that to me, but now you can have NYSL set up at P2. Just finding as much time as they can. And I think Hydra just hit an insane shot onto Lynz, who was top Palace. Didn't see it from his point of view, but I saw it from the minimap. As Vivid trying to stay alive on this side, gets his team into the spawn. And I think this is the moment for Røkkr. If they're going to get back into this game, it is right here. Getting them off of P2, maybe finding most of the time at P3 with the spawns.
You say this is the moment. Let's see if Røkkr can get it done. Look at any of the tail end of this time, but you got a big chance to maybe rip 50, 60 points our next hard point, but you're just going to be in a hole, man. It's going to be close to 90 points that you're going to be down. So if you're going to do it, these next couple of hard points, Røkkr, you've got to stand up, put up, or shut up. To bring it back in this map 4. As the next hard point pops, accuracy set up inside, and I do not think you want to mantle whatever the hell you just did there. Maybe that looked frustrating. 1 of the streaks coming in. Bang. Not going to connect with anything. Thankfully, you've still got 2 left in the back pocket.
I thought maybe with that first kill, they'd find a little bit more with the cruise, but not going to happen. So the only good thing is you have Minnesota Røkkr pretty much all in the same area, right? They're going to line up now as Hydra and Sib able to take down 2. But still some close spawns come for Owakening and Lynz. And Sib's like, all right, I'm just going to wait for everybody off a spawn. But this is what you needed. A full 60, and you might just get it. Looks like Kismet's going to play for this. And I don't hate it. Just playing for these maybe 20 seconds of scrap time alongside a Sib. And there we go. They're going to find it.
They win that kind of 2-1-2, 2-1-3, whatever it was, and it gets in the final 15 or so seconds. And yeah, when you're like, we got a lead like this, every second can count. You're going to get to, what, to just over 210. Now we go to the north side of the minimap and get ready for the next hard point to pop. A Sim hitting shots at range. Drop shot coming through for Lynz and not connecting. To Vivid we now go. 150. The mark for Røkkr and climbing. They're trying to get this done. Down by almost 100. And Joe, you nailed it. You said this is the moment they've got to go big. These next couple of hard points, they're trying to do it. It's 2 streaks now used. Nothing. Coming up empty.
That's just an info play. That's all that is, because really what NYSL is doing here, they're just playing for Palace, right? You see number Hydra's backing all the way up. They're going to allow this game to get close, but
it's like a glorified UAV.
This is just an investment. This is all this is to lock up P5. Have these 20 seconds. We're going to play on our side of the map, and good luck trying to break Palace. So Minnesota Røkkr, they're going to have to do it. As Hydra locking down that water street. But yeah, they knew with the lead that they had, finding that scrap time, they're like, give them P4.
But I mean, you give them a lot of time. You give them enough time that they make this very close. And now it's like, all right, you put a lot of pressure on yourselves to hold this Palace. You hold it, you win the game. But you've got to hold it. If you're Røkkr, you're relying on a miracle now. You got to have a massive break, and it starts with going through Skyz. Set up in the tractor, he wants none of it. Third crew's going to come in. No kills through for him, but Sib right back to his heady, and he's able to combine with the shots from Hydra to take one down.
Kismet's 27 and 9 right now.
He's hitting.
3.0 KD on the map. Does get taken down. Nice shots from Owakening, but 10 seconds to go. And yeah, New York knew what they were doing. They were playing for this, and that should do it. It's actually the furthest player up. 5 in a row for Hydra. He's got 27 kills, and New York Subliners win the match 3-1.
I mean, you kind of put that one onto your discipline, right? Like you let them get back. You had a lead of what, 90 points. You said it right though. I mean, that was a chance Røkkr had to get back into it. They did get back into it, but you had such a significant lead. Comes down to one of the harder hard points to break in the game in New York. The poise is there. You hold strong.
Yeah, it's a long-term investment plan. It's like your 401k, man.
Yeah. That money's like, it's like fake money. You know, you look at like your account, I'm like, I have so much money in there. I don't know what it's doing though. Like, when do I get to use it?
That money's fake. You just print off more.
What am I gonna do when I'm 65? Like, I'm not gonna be able to do anything.
I don't know.
With all the gaming I do, I'm not gonna be able to feed myself the utensils. Like, what am I gonna use my money for?
Beef jerky.
New hands?
Yeah.
3-1 though, be the victory there for Subliners. They get it done. You know, it's a great map one victory there from Røkkr, but then the next 3, it is all Subliners. They show their strengths, maybe some work to do in some of the respawns. You saw the vulnerabilities at times there on Terminal, but the search, they still look like one of the best search teams in the game.
Yeah, I think that's the key here, and they're going to figure out their hardpoint map pool. They looked much better. I mean, Sib had a fantastic series. I think maybe if they were fans just worried about maybe the injury, his form, he put that to shame.
Maybe use his 401k for some new hands.
Maybe. I don't know.
To the desk.
If he has one.
I need a 401k for some new ears after that.
I think Clint needs some new thumbs.
Yeah, invest in yourself, Clint. You know, all right. That's Maven and Merc crushing on the mic as always. Some of the time they couldn't even see the screen and you would never know it. But the Subliners walking away with a 3-1 victory. If you tuned into this one, you might have been shocked to see that Minnesota took game number 1, though. Let's start with the positives here in the series for Minnesota. You're at the bottom of the leaderboard. You had to play some tough teams. What did you see on the good side tonight?
I will say completely within expectations. I touched on it before we went to the match that Minnesota Røkkr keeps these hard points pretty close. They just really struggle when it comes to that closeout. I think if anything, Minnesota Røkkr can take away that they're pretty good at Terminal. They understand how important Burger is, and they held it twice in that map number 1, and that's why they were able to go up 1-0, but still got a lot of work on in those map 2s.
Nameless, it didn't look like they had an answer in game number 4 for Sib. The man put up some career numbers. He set a record with a 2.7 in the hard point.
Yeah, this guy was nuts, right? You see him on an invasion, and this is what New York was going for by going out and grabbing a guy like Sib, right? Like, they know how good their search and destroy has been and will continue to be, but if you can get a dynamic duo to be alongside Hydra, I mean, Hydra had a great map.
Oh, yeah.
I believe he had like 27 kills as well, right? So sort of that tandem, and you saw it throughout this game. Now, the score doesn't reflect it, but they had full control of that invasion. The last duels got away from them. It was all a long-term play. We set up. We know that we have this in the bag, so if Sib is shooting like that, I mean, this team is going to be disgusting.
Subliners currently 4-0. They've gone to a few game 5s, but they are flawless on match count. And right now, we are joined by the new stud on the lineup. Sib joins us in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Sib, how good did that game 4 feel?
Felt amazing. We knew we were going to win. Even the coach was like, okay, just have some fun with it. It's going to be your last map of the series. So, yeah, it felt great. We've been putting a lot of work, so I'm glad it's like showing.
And I wanted to talk with you tonight because we've talked with all of your teammates all last year in the winner's circle. What was it like moving over from the Surge to joining the Subliners?
I think the main difference is the confidence. Honestly, like when you're playing with the 2 best sub players in the world, like, I mean, I feel like I can do no wrong, even if what I'm doing is wrong. I go into every play, every map, like I'm thinking I'm not losing, and they make my job so much easier. And every mistake that I make is no mistakes here. So just that supreme confidence that we have around here, within our teammates and within myself, it just elevates me. So that's the main difference.
Sib, I want to talk to you guys about the search and destroys. So you went to a lot of round 11s before the split, a lot of round 10s. You looked really comfortable in this map too in this series. So what did you guys kind of focus on when it comes to search and destroy? Because obviously that ice was there for New York, but ideally you want to close it out like you did today, more often than not.
Yeah, it's just basically just getting on the same page and deepening our layers within our strats. Today was a little bit rough since we're just getting into the first match back. So sometimes we were on the same page, but As long as you just keep getting these reps, I feel we're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
the golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously don't see teams make those types of roster changes often. So for you, what was that pressure like coming into a team that just won champs, knowing if you didn't perform, people are gonna be coming for your head?
Yeah, of course. That's just always what the storylines are gonna be. But the environment that I've been settled in, like they give me the vibes of no pressure, no mistakes being made, no pressure. Everything is just having fun with it and just learning.
Sim, always fun to watch you and the Subliners. Can't wait to your next match.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great night.
That's Sim, and that's the Subliners, and they get the final W on the night. I want to give a quick shout out, though, to the Subliners organizations. A lot of time you'll see a team owner with like a trophy case in their house or next to their office. That was 3 trophies, including a World Championship trophy, all in the same room that they're competing in.
Dab me up.
That's dope right there.
That is actually super sick.
Every day as a player.
That's actually super sick. You're right. A lot of them do take those trophies, and that's inspiration that I need to see. Right?
There we go. All right, let's get right into the recap, Allie. Let's start here with Atlanta FaZe. You told me they were going to win, and they did 3-0.
Yeah, they did. And it was a quick 3-0. I'm going to be honest, unfortunately for LAG camp, it was a close sub base, though. So if you can take anything away, LAG, even post-patch, are still pretty good at sub base hardpoint, but Atlanta FaZe just showing why they are one of the top teams right now in this game. I mean, that S&D was just masterclass.
I will say in this series, especially on that map number 1, huge opportunities for LAG throughout it, right? Like FaZe obviously showing us why they're such a great team, the ability to close it out when the going gets tough. But for LAG, if you are a fan of that team, I mean, it's still looking somewhat bright. I believe they're 1-3 right now. Coming up, the matches can only get easier after Atlanta FaZe. And, you know, for these guys, I do think that there's still some hope for them to end up in the winner's bracket.
Like you saw all the top dogs tonight. Atlanta FaZe currently at the top of Nameless's podium. New York Subliners in that mix as well. Yeah. Toronto Ultra after their victory today. Do they climb back near your top 4 out?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they ever really left my top 4. It was just kind of a situation of what happened during that Boston game and what they were going to show us here versus the Surge. And they did what needed to be done. A very quick 3-0, a dominant search and destroy. And that's where they were struggling before the split. Toronto Ultra wasn't that good at search. They turned around and beat one of the teams that we would have probably crowned one of the better search and destroy teams. So if you're a Toronto Ultra fan, it is looking incredible heading into Boston.
Yeah, I mega trolled picking Seattle. I'm just trying to catch up in the pick'ems there, but I do expect better out of Seattle. Yes. The players that they have, especially from what we've seen in the first few weeks, they look great. This is a terrible performance, and the community is going to be on them, man. They need to bounce back in this next series. I think they're going to be sitting at 2-3 now, which is not what you want to see out of some world champs.
If you want to start in that winner's bracket, you got to finish top 8. Subliners, they are looking good. Toronto looking great. Seattle Surge now at 2-3, starting to get a bit sketchy. Great day all in all as we wrap things up here. Week 3 is up and running. Allie, what's been your favorite part so?
New York, to be honest, not only their post-game interviews, I feel like they always do something fun, but my favorite thing about New York right now is that their map pool, I think, is one of the biggest in the league right now. They've played almost every single hardpoint, every single control, and every single search and destroy, and they have found wins in every single one. So they're looking like a really dangerous team.
All right, it's time to take a look at our standings. Nameless, any surprises on this list? As we mentioned, we are just 2 weeks away from the next major. It's going down in Boston.
Honestly, the list looks pretty good. Everybody's going to keep saying Miami Heretics, but I ain't surprised. They look damn good, and we're going to get to see them tomorrow. I believe they kick things off.
Yes, they do. Here's a look at the schedule. If you missed it earlier in the day, take your screenshot right now, because Surge are up bright and early against the Heretics. We're going to see LAG and LA Thieves in action, as well as OpTic when they take on the Legion. Remember, the action continues all weekend long. And as we wrap up day number 1, Nameless, if you gave an MVP award to someone that played on the main stage, who gets it tonight?
Oh, man, that is a tough one. I'm going to go Sib.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Sib because of that performance, especially in that game 4. The man's been getting critiqued, and he absolutely answered the call.
Alley Cat, if you had to kick one player off of Atlanta and put yourself in the lineup, who you kicking?
One off of Atlanta, put myself in the lineup? I'm sorry, Drazah, you gotta go. Just because you're the new one. If I got the opportunity to play with the core 3, I'd 100% take it.
Back to Alaska with you, Papa. Ellie's got your spot for now. We come back tomorrow bright and early, 2:45 Eastern. We'll see you around noon there on the West Coast.
You think I could do what aBeZy does?
Shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer. I'm a spring in action like I'm Jackson. I quantum leap defeat, that's my reaction. A lot of folks can talk, but I'm a big stepper. 365, yes, I'm a go-getter. I know they cannot stand us, but they know we go bananas. Like a big gorilla or a bear who's prepared for a coming winter. I'm ice cold, froze like the month December. Yeah, shout out to my rivals. We both know now the world finally can see. Shout out to my rivals. You never believed it made me stronger. Shout out to my rivals. The wait is over, no longer.
I haven't trapped Coops out of there. They're both there.
Astro Coop. On team third.
I think high rep. I have bricks too.
Coop, both there. Yo, this guy lagging out.
I think this whole team's lagging out, bro. What the fuck?
Look at this. I'm crying.